every description of God that I've heard holds God to be all-powerful, very typical, and all good. And I see earthquakes and tornadoes and disease, childhood leukemia, and I see all of this and I say, I do not see evidence of both of those being true simultaneously. If there is a God, the God is either not all-powerful or not all good.
I'm calling him the man for all occasions with his potentially controversial intro to our weekly podcast. More on Neil deGrasse Tyson shortly. He is the star of the show. Tonight, g'day and welcome to this episode of An Atheist, a Believer and a Pastor Walk Into a Bar. I'm your host, Peter Rowe. As you might be aware, I've been saying for a while that we should dig deeper to find out if what he's saying, according to scripture and logical understanding, is accurate and true. And we were going to do that last week, but Donald Trump got in the way, as he does. Thanks for your company on this Wednesday night, the 29th of January. Just the last podcast, of course, for January. Next week we get into February. Can you believe that? It is January 2025, just gone 8 o'clock Australian Western Standard Time, broadcasting from Perth, Western Australia. Live on YouTube. Would love you to be involved in tonight's episode, which is titled, Did Neil deGrasse Tyson Just Prove that God doesn't exist? We've been trying to unpack this for a little while. We're going to have a go at it tonight. He certainly is no stranger to big questions, but has he just dismantled the biggest one of all? In this episode, we take a hard look at his argument about God's nature, suffering, and the problem of evil. If God is all-powerful and all good, why do disease, disasters, and suffering exist? Excuse me, something in my mouth. If suffering exists, Tyson argues that the evidence just doesn't add up. But is he exposing a fatal flaw in theology, or has he misunderstood the Bible entirely? We break down his reasoning from both a secular and biblical perspective, testing his logic and seeing if belief is an all-powerful, all-good God, see if he really holds up under scrutiny. Is Tyson onto something, or is there more to the story? We must remember, of course, that Tyson is a scientific-based person. All his knowledge comes from the truth of science. Explaining God is not scientific. It is a faith-based, non-specific concept or idea, but most importantly, it is simply a claim that to date cannot be proven or disproven. So, will science ever be able to prove without reasonable doubt that God does in fact exist as we understand it? Moreover, can people of faith ever prove that God is real? And if so, how? It seems that it is in fact God who can prove the existence to us, and only God. And as we've discussed before, how could any deity do that beyond reasonable doubt? Now, as a scientist, could Tyson ever fully understand or grasp the Bible? If he reads the Bible through the eyes of a scientist, is he in fact simply incapable of truly grasping the concept of God, simply because he is a scientist? Now, there are many scientists, of course, that are also Christian, which to me seems totally implausible that they could make that work. To me, they are the antithesis of each other. If the Bible is penned by Iron Age ignorant men and men only, is it still impertinent for Tyson to claim to know the intricacies of the word inspired by God? Remember, God didn't write the Bible, nor did he convey actual writings, but rather it is written that he inspired the men through the Holy Spirit. That may only prove comforting to believers of the Bible, which, as we know, is most likely the most flawed book in history that claims to be fact, not fiction. This is going to be fascinating, discussing, unfortunately, without Luke tonight, who is currently a former pastor with a stack of theological knowledge. Also, from the believing side of God's existence is Rich, who is with us, as is Jace, but unfortunately, Suresh not with us either. Gents, welcome.
G'day. Good to be here again. It's going to be great.
Yeah, Rich, we've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson intro many times, and it always rings true to me as my experience can be explained with what he says. Now, that's not the same for you, and I appreciate that. What is your major issue with his particular statement, among many others, but just that intro that we play every week?
Yeah, look, I really like watching Neil's stuff. For some reason, he pops up regularly on my feed, and I watch. He's got this great segment where him and I can't remember his partner. They're always discussing
Yeah, I know
questions.
the guy you're talking about. Yeah,
yeah, and I find them real fascinating, and I think he really communicates science at in a way that's really, it's not simple, but you can make the steps. So I really like him, and the bit that we've got in his this intro here about that sort of classic formulation of the problem of evil. It is very to me it's very, let's see, very weighty. It actually is actually quite a good way of putting that argument very simply. Hits the main points, and it's a very compelling argument. I think I've said it on here a few times before that out of all the arguments against the existence of God, the problem of evil is the only one that sort of really is compelling to me. It's the one that is really the one that I think is a good test for the kind of thinking behind people who actually claim to believe in God. How they answer this reveals a lot about how seriously they're taking the arguments against God. So yeah, I think in certain circles, certainly in the kinds of churches that I grew up in, Neil's argument against the existence of God is absolute. The kind of God that these churches put forward is dismantled in this argument, as far as I'm concerned. But we'll talk about it later. But I have a different kind of way of conceiving of God that's sort of rooted in a bit more like Neoplatonism. So before Christ, Platonic thought, time of Christ, the early church fathers were very influenced and based a lot of their theology in Greek thinking. And that kind of conception of God has a lot more to say about the problem of evil than the simplistic side of things. But we'll get into that. So, yeah, I find it very convincing. It just doesn't dismantle I don't think it dismantles my conception of God as easily.
Okay. Do you find it difficult because there's no easy way around, and you kind of get to the point, don't you, as you alluded to there, that you get to the point where it just seems like that's where faith really has to take over and say, what he's saying sounds so right, it's hard to fault it. However, at the point where you say, okay, I do fault what the Bible is suggesting, and I do stand and believe that what he's saying is actually true when it talks about the bits about if God is all powerful or all good, why do disease, disaster, and suffering exist? Why do they exist? Is it because you kind of get to the point where you think, if I say I have no explanation for that, is that where you find your faith going, I don't know how to overcome this? And then this is what my kind of intro was talking about, how he's such a smart, intelligent, learned man. And with those kind of people, we tend to, I do, and I don't know whether you do or not, but the Hawkins, the people like Tyson, like what's his name, Cox, and those kind of people, you kind of take them on face value and don't have the audacity to kind of say, no, he has to be wrong. And my point was, when I opened it, as a man, as a scientist, can he in fact interpret the Bible from that perspective, or is it simply impossible? And that's why he's saying what he's saying, because he is a scientist and he's not a man who believes in the Bible and its writings literally in that sense.
Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. And when I was thinking about Neil deGrasse Tyson, he is not, because we've listened to him wider than that just little snippet, so it's quite clear he is not interpreting the Bible on his own bat. He's not like, I've read it, I know what it means. He's actually giving voice to a very common view of God. So he's not making it up. It's important we situate in his time. He's in the 21st century North America, where most of the talk about God is a very modern sort of evangelical fundamentalist idea of God and arguments for God. And so Neil's like, this is what they tell me about God. And he says, because of A, B, I can't accept it. And I think he's absolutely correct. I think he's very accurately portraying the kind of God that is commonly talked about in I guess the majority of Western world, sort of that kind of thing. We sort of asked the question, has he interpreted the Bible wrong? My answer from my point of view is yes, as wrong as many Christians in North America have interpreted the Bible. So he's not doing it on his own bat. He's actually just reflecting and giving voice accurately to the kind of God that a lot of Western Christians do believe in. So yeah, I think he's done a good job. All powerful, so omnipotent. So there's I'll outline a bit of the thinking behind it. So there's the problem of evil. There's like three things that if they're all true in a certain way, logically God cannot exist, and they are. If God's all powerful, so basically he can do anything. All right. If he's all good or omnibenevolent or all loving, surely he'd want to remove that evil. You sort of got to have the third one, which he doesn't talk about, but is implied, is he's got to be all knowing. So he's got to know where all the evil sits. Like if he's all powerful and he's all good, but he doesn't know there's evil, that could be like, well, you just didn't see it, you didn't know it, you didn't see it coming, all that sort of stuff. So if those three are true, which are sort of common ways of most Christians talking about God, then you go, well, if there's evil in the world and God's all good, all powerful, all knowing, why doesn't he just eliminate evil? And for most ways that people talk about God, that's like a fairly ironclad argument against God. But only if all knowing, all good, all powerful are defined in a certain way that is not, it's not a given. In modern North America, it is fairly common, but in the historical Christian tradition, there's been very many different ways of thinking about that people have wrestled with to get to sort of understand the problem of evil. And there's one thing I'll say about this is that for what I hesitate because I don't like trashing other people's beliefs, but I tend to call it folk Christianity, which is like the sort of normal Christianity that a lot of people just sitting in the pews in a church in North America, in evangelicalism or fundamentalism, that's their Christianity. It's a very real way. For them, this is a logical death sentence to that kind of God existing. They have to do some horrible things, like you have to get rid of one of them. They're not going to get rid of all of those three. So they tend to get around the problem of evil by saying, well, evil isn't really evil. We'll get into it, the free will defense, which I don't actually buy into. It's not really that bad because, the suffering that people have brings out the goodness in each other and yourselves. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that only works if you haven't actually seen suffering or experienced suffering. It's some awful sort of ways they talk about people and God when they try and get around this. And yeah, if that's the only choice out there, you'd have to conclude that God doesn't exist.
So if we go back to all previous gods that people created, let's just say men created for the sake of this. People created what they believed the gods had as far as power, knowledge, what they could do, what they knew. There was because we know that they weren't actually there and they weren't actually real, then all we were left with is people making up ideas in their heads about what gods could actually do. Surely that is the issue that we're dealing with today with God. Is that all the God that we're talking about now, the Bible or whatever modern God you want to talk about, and I meant modern in context of the ancient gods. Surely we're the ones who have given God the power. And so when we say things like God's all powerful, God's all love, people are writing or believing in, we've created this God, not that they would necessarily know that, so therefore we can give it whatever we want. So really, does it come down to the discrepancy in what the scripture's saying compared to Neil deGrasse, or is he just understanding that all of the powers of God were given to him by us? If God, we can't prove that God is real, let's assume for a minute that he's not, because we can't prove it. So let's just say until we could prove it, let's just say it doesn't exist. So therefore we can give him all the powers that we want. This is the problem I have with the intro that Neil's saying. What he's heard from, as you say, Northern American Christians is that he is all powerful, he is all knowing, he is all loving, all of those things. It's pretty hard to say, no, he's wrong, because where did those powers come from? The perceived powers, the biblical powers. Where, do you know what I mean? It's really hard to break it down, isn't it? Because we're talking about so many unknowns. We'll bring in a sec, Jace, but we just want to get this sort of nailed a little bit.
Yeah, look, I agree with you. A lot of what people talk about God, and especially nowadays, has essentially devolved to a kind of thing we've sort of made up. We inherit a whole lot of things from ancient times, but by the time it gets through to us, you know, the average Joe Christian in the pews isn't some sort of student of religion and history and theology. They're just sort of going along with what's coming from the pulpit. And in many of these churches, the pastors are not trained to even to a bachelor's, let alone some sort of master's of divinity. Even when they've trained in a religious studies, it's very much, it tends to be less about the ability to think and critically examine beliefs, and more about establishing in a dogma, like, here, study the system that we've got together and how it all sort of hangs together, rather than the ability to critically think. So obviously they're not going to have the best kind of understanding. And, you know, the reason why we have things like, omnipotence, all powerful, all knowing, all loving, all that kind of stuff, does have its roots in sort of philosophy as well as sort of religious traditions. But by the time it's got to here, people sort of think of God as just like a really big being, like a big person who's, if I'm looking for somebody who's really good, I want them to be strong. So God's got to be the strongest. I want to be clever, so he's got to be the cleverest. I've got to be sort of loving, so I want him to be the most loving. So they just sort of push all of their desires to the extreme, and you get essentially just a really, really big person. And like you've said, Rowie, there's not really any difference between that kind of an idea of God and Zeus. They both exist in the world, and therefore you should be able to go, well, we've got to see them. If they're invisible, at least we should see the activity of them in a way that can only be explained. And empirical science, in my opinion, has proved there's no such big being in the sky. And so, it falls short. But that's not the only way of conceiving of God, and it's certainly not the way that the early Christian theologians like 100 to 1,000 years after the time of Christ, how they talked about God. They talked about it in a very different way. I'll give you just for the sake of getting what I'm getting at. If you think about the early history of the sort of where this idea comes from of God. So if you ask the average Christian, they think of God as just a big person in the sky, invisible, but all of that kind of stuff. Whereas many of the early theologians, and even before then, and even actually a lot of the other major world religions, view God not as a being, like you've got Jace, Rich, Rowie, Zeus, and God, but he is even the wrong way of saying that. I'll use the term they. They are being itself. They're not a being, but they're being itself. This sort of came on really, if you look at it, around the time of Plato, so 400 BC. He's like, the ultimate reality is not all these little gods that we got hanging around, but he called it the one, or the good itself. It was like all of these things sort of depend on something. There's something that's not like us, but we actually draw our being from him. Aristotle, 300 BC, sort of developed that thought. The unmoved mover was the term he used. And the church fathers, so like the first 500 years after Christ, they really, so we're talking like Augustine, which is like actually the early Augustine, Origen, Gregory of Nyssa, all these sort of old guys that wrote a lot of the Christian theology. That's actually where Christian theology actually came from. They said that God is not one being among many beings, but he's actually the foundation of all existence, in the sense that maybe if you think of the difference between, think of existence as an ocean, and God being like a big boat sitting, and we're all like waves on the ocean. He's just like a big version of this. If instead think of the ocean, and each ripple on the ocean is a person, or the Jace is this, crazy sort of one that's hangs around in Albany. He's like really sort of tempestuous because of the waves down there. I'm very placid, so I'm just a little one. I don't know what Roe would be. Maybe he's like a big breaker against but it's the waves. If that's the case, it's not like we're looking for a big wave, like a tsunami is God. It's actually the very ocean is God, the source of our being. So that's how they conceived of him. They didn't look for God to appear anywhere. They said, actually, we participate in being. So that kind of thinking is very foreign to many Christians nowadays, because we've moved so far since then. And what really happened was Middle Ages, they really started developing this sort of idea of God being a big being. And when it hit the Reformation, if you read theology, John Calvin, which a lot of Calvinism and that kind of stuff came from, he really just anthropomorphized God as a legal judge sitting in his bench somewhere, judging everybody and sending everybody to hell or heaven on a whim. And so that, a lot of people are stuck there. That kind of God, disproven by absolutely, I think, what Neil deGrasse Tyson talks about. He'd have to be a monster. Imagine sitting out there and going, I can do anything, I know everything, and I'm loving. No, just let everybody suffer. And I'm not talking about your own consequences. I think you can explain all little things, but I'll finish with this little statement. I think it rings true. I was listening to a theologian once, and he said, any theology should not be taken seriously unless you can stand at the gates of Auschwitz and preach it there. If you can stand in the face of great evil and suffering, and say, yeah, God is good and loving, and he's got a purpose for you. There's a horrible story from Nazi Germany where one of the depraved, Nazi officers looked at one of the young Jewish girls and went, oh, I love her eyes. And so he basically scooped them out of her head to take them off of her while she was alive. Any theology about the goodness of God has to take into account that gratuitous, undeserved evil that is a reality. I don't think the sort of big God in the sky does it.
Yeah, I've got some stuff definitely written down that I want to come back and talk to you about, Rich. Jason, I still can't see you, unfortunately. I've just got a bunch of green diagonal. I'm concerned whether people at home can only see that. If I can see that, but you can't, Rich, I'm just wondering whether or not that's what's actually going out to YouTube. I was wondering if there's a way we can check that.
I'll quickly check on YouTube while Jace has a chat.
Yeah, but Jace, what do you think? I mean, this is something very obvious that Rich and I can discuss, having been a Christian for myself and Rich having a current one. So it kind of has a certain familiarity and understanding. But from your perspective, who hasn't been involved in the church or that kind of thing, what is that kind of what Neil deGrasse says about being all powerful and stuff like that? What does that kind of mean to you?
I've got to admit that's the first deGrasse. It's an interesting clip. There's lots of things to pay attention to in that clip. But if I'm to talk about what Neil deGrasse says, to an extent, Rich stole my thunder towards the last part of what he was saying. Well, I think the problem is that we anthropomorphize God. And without I'm struggling with this. Without oh my God, you know what I'm trying to say? Yes. Without trying to turn God into a human being,
yes,
I have much less of an issue with it. So, as you know, I'm an atheist. But as you know, I also describe myself as a Christian who doesn't believe in Christ, a Christian who doesn't believe in God, because I believe in all the values of Christianity. I believe in the teachings and I believe in all of the values. I just don't believe in what I call the fable. I would love to, and I see the benefits in doing so. And I think Neil deGrasse Tyson does as well. But here's the challenge. If we start talking about the conundrums of things like, can God create a rock so large that he can't pick it up himself? We're starting to talk about some logical implausibilities. And that, to me, just draws a whole shadow over the whole concept. And frankly, I don't even know why it's a debate, because with no insult and no criticism intended, if Rich wants to believe in a God and it makes him a better person or it fulfills a hole in his heart, that's fantastic. If that gives value, I'm not trying to be patronizing at all. I thoroughly support the idea of people believing in something that makes them a better person, that gives them what it is to be able to live life comfortably. For myself, I don't need that. So I'm able to step outside of this whole argument and look at it dispassionately and say, from my perspective at least, what is the concept of God? What is it for? Why are we anthropomorphizing it? Got it that time. What does it achieve? What is it for? I think it was Nietzsche, really, who kind of referred to the idea that God didn't invent man, man invented God for his own purposes. It helps us feel better. And really, to an extent, from how I perceive it, God is nothing more than an extrapolation of your dad and the power that your dad has in your life as you grow and you mature. That person, that creature, that entity is something that teaches you and gives you your morals and takes you forward, helps you grow, helps you mature. All of the values that I would attribute to a God if I believed in it. The fact that I don't is almost besides the point, because for me, if I believe in the values that Rich believes in, we're on the same page. And to me, that's invaluable. If we're shooting for the same target, to me, the discussion and the debate around the existence or the presence of God almost becomes superfluous. It's almost a side argument. It is innate for Rich, and when you were a believer as well, Pete, it was something that was core to your beliefs and your very reason for existence. But if you take a step back from the belief in that supernatural being and look at what it is encouraging you to be and where it's encouraging you to go, we're all on the same page in that regards. So it's almost like looking at people that have come up through different educational systems to achieve the same level of knowledge. If we look at this from the perspective of who it makes us and what we are to the people around us, the fundamental argument about the need for God almost disappears. If that makes you a better person, you do you believe. That's terrific.
Yeah,
but if we all come to the same conclusion, for me, that's the most important thing. And regardless of your religion, regardless of your atheism, your Christianity, your Hinduism, or the fact that you're Muslim, it makes no difference to me if we all get to the same place. And I know that kind of routes around the whole point of the discussion that we're having tonight. I get that. But as an outsider to the whole belief system, what I'm most encouraged by is when religions bring people to the same morality and ethics that I've come to through a belief in humans.
Yeah, it's a great point and a valid one, and which is why I always enjoy your perspective, because it is very different from ours. Obviously, interesting. One of the things I heard you say, Jace, which I'd like to touch on, was that the fact you said you call yourself a Christian who doesn't believe in Christ. Well, that to me that's a contradiction in terms, because Christian is to believe in Christ, but you know all the good things and feel all the good things and are a good person without that. The issue I have with that is that kind of encourages people to believe the only way you can be a good person is to believe in Jesus and to be a Christian and follow his ways. There's been tens of thousands of people exactly like Jesus who said the exact same message a long time before he even came along. This is the frustration I always have with religion and Christianity, is that Jesus doesn't have what's the word? A monopoly on the story. You've only got to check out, the gods behind Hinduism and Buddha and all of these messages that Jesus preached aren't unique. And that's what I've always had a problem with when I was a Christian, was that if the only possible way you could be a great person was because of Jesus, the only way you could be nice and do good deeds and give charity and all of that stuff, if the only way you could and go broader than Jesus and just say, God, if you couldn't do any of the things, if you couldn't be nice without that, then that would be a uniqueness. You'd go, okay, here's the obvious thing. You can only do this by this way, but it's not. Everything that God talks about and Jesus talks about can be replicated in a number of ways.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. 100% correct. However, we live in a society, at least in this Western civilization that we're in here in Australia, that is secular and based on Christian values. The Judeo-Christian Western world is pretty much what we live in. And so for me to help people understand what my belief structure is, the shortcut, the shorthand, is to say that my beliefs are essentially those of what Christ taught. And when I say what Christ taught, for those of us who have read a little more deeply into this, that ain't necessarily what Christ taught anyway. I mean, we all know that a large part of the scriptures, a large part of the Bible, had nothing to do with Jesus Christ. He didn't write any of it. The church itself, the Catholic Church, has nothing to do with Christ. That was one of the disciples that actually really set up the church. So to a large extent, it's just a form of shorthand. I could say I believe in Buddhist teachings. I could say I believe in humanist teachings. But ultimately, I take a look at the Ten Commandments, and with the exception of things like, you shall have no other gods before me, or you shall not make idols, All of the other ones are pretty much common sense that you would live up to in any kind of civilized society, probably with the exception of not wanting to covet thy neighbor's wife or something like that. But thou shalt not steal. Bear witnessing against your neighbor. You shan't covet things. You won't murder. Don't commit adultery. These are all the things that make us a civilized society. So there's nothing unique about them, but it's a convenient shorthand to say, I believe in Christian values, and to a large extent, I believe I live more of a Christian lifestyle than most of the Christians that I know. I see a level of hypocrisy in many practicing Christians that drives me insane. It frustrates me enormously because I'm not behaving the way that I do because I'm scared of going to hell, right? If you're scared of going to hell, that doesn't mean you're a good person. You're a bad person on a leash. I'm not a bad person on a leash. I'm just someone that doesn't believe in something supernatural, but does believe in other human beings, that does believe in empathy and compassion, that does believe in the idea that I would like to treat people the same way that I would like to be treated. These are not innately Christian beliefs, but they are reflected quite well in the Christian or in Christ's teachings. So for me to say I'm a Christian without believing in Christianity, it's just a form of shorthand. What I'm trying to say is I have a number of morals and a number of ethics that are based, I would argue, at the same core values as what Christianity is. I just don't believe in the spiritual segment of it or the fable segment of it.
Yeah. A good time to mention if you at home or work, wherever you might be, if you're at work watching us on YouTube, don't get caught. Your boss could be watching. But great to have your company tonight. We'd love to hear about the way you see what we're talking about. You watch every week. If you watch this podcast, you would see Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about, and we would love you to be involved. Let us know what you think about what we're discussing. The whole reason we do this is to get feedback from our viewers and listeners, so that we can base our comments and remarks on that and have a discussion. One of the things I want to talk about, Rich, is when Neil deGrasse says I'll just grab it so I can remember the quote himself when he's talking about if God is all powerful and all good. And then he talks about disease and suffering. And he said at the end, God is either all good or all powerful. He can't see those things happening simultaneously. Now, that seems to be the thing that he's kind of hooked his whole statement on. For some reason, and I don't understand it, to be honest, for some reason, he's saying that because there is disease, because there is suffering, because there is childhood leukemia, all of those things, then he can't marry the two simultaneously. And I find that a little confusing as to why that would separate the ability to see those two things happening simultaneously. Do you know what I mean? What's your angle on that?
Yeah, look, it's sort of like we'll take as given God knows everything. Okay, so you've got the reality of evil. You've got the claim that God is completely good. There's not a part of evil in him at all, and he's all powerful. So if there was, and you can't have all three existing at once. That's the idea. So let's say evil's there. We look around, it's actual evil, or it's in the world. He could be an all good God. He really would love to eradicate evil. He just doesn't have the power to. So if you get rid of omnipotence, you've got a really loving God. There's evil, but he just like, I wish I could do something about it, but I can't. So you can't have that. Or maybe God is all powerful, but he's not all good. So he's like, hey, suck it up, humans. But if God is all good, no evil at all, and he's all powerful, then how can such a being exist that would look out on a world where there's clear evil and go, I'm not actually going to do about it. I want to, and I could, but I choose not to. So that's what Neil's saying. The other way to solve it is to say evil doesn't really exist. It's either a part of your imagination or, which is where a lot of Christians sort of fall towards, is this idea of the free will defense, that the reason why God can be all good and all powerful, but still allow evil in the world is some kind of, there's a greater good, and that greater good is free will. And somehow the idea that the only way to have free will is to allow evil in the world is the defense. So there's evil, but there's something much worse than evil, which is the lack of free will in the world, and that's sort of how they get around it. What that means is that this whole Neil's argument, which is not Neil's argument, but it is a common argument called the problem of evil, is that it's not a logical impossibility. There could exist such a world in which that is true. There's an all-good God. He's all-powerful. There's evil, but it's free will, and it's just like, if you want it, it's like it's the best possible thing we could put up with. It's not logically impossible for me and many, many others. It's a moral impossibility that such a thing, that one day we'll understand why children had to suffer and die from leukemia. I personally can't make that leap of faith and go, okay, it's all fine then. The only people who I think that can really get there haven't actually faced true suffering face to face. And a lot of people who face suffering face to face quickly lose their faith because of this question. It's not an intellectual question, it's a question of the heart. And
but is it, Rich, also a question of semantics to an extent? I mean, I know you kind of sort of briefly touched on this, but is it about the definition of evil and what we consider to be evil, and the egocentrism of human beings in general to assume that we're something special? If we think about humans as being animals as opposed to God's chosen, and think about what we consider to be evil currently. So the fact that an animal gets leukemia and dies, say a dog, is that evil? Is that just horrible? Is that just bad? Like, the definition of evil is important to me, because if we assume for a moment that we aren't special, what is evil? And so if I am to take that big picture of God being real, but assume for a moment that humans are nothing special, is it then evil that a child is allowed to die of leukemia? It's just another creature. These things happen. The fact that trauma and emotion is experienced by us as creatures, does that necessarily make that event an evil thing?
No, and that's why it's so easy to understand and accept, Jace, when we consider that we're an evolving species of animal. Take God out of the picture, then what we're experiencing as human beings is completely normal. It's tragic and it's sad and all of that, yes, but the only reason why we battle and grapple with it is because of the belief that every person would love to think that there's just a big God up there whose sole purpose is to look after us and grant our prayers and grant our wishes and to protect us and keep us safe. And we create, as Rich said earlier, the whole daddy thing and this being in the sky that is his sole purpose is to look after us. And we can't be blamed for thinking that way, because that kind of stuff's been rammed down our throats since the beginning, as it were. And whereas if you just strip that away and go, well, of course people battle with evil. Of course people don't understand why children would have leukemia. How could there be a God? The simple and only explanation which you can actually deal with in your heart is that we are just human beings. We are an evolved evolution has shown that we are an evolved species of humans which are suffering the things that human beings do, that we die.
Can you see how, from the atheist perspective, and I'm not grouping us, I'm just saying from an atheist perspective, I look at things and I go, because I don't believe that there is a God, and I don't believe that there's anybody watching over us or supervising, that's a scarier thought than thinking I've got a God that's judging me. The absence of anything like that means nobody's in charge. This is anarchy. And so it's upon all of us as individuals to do the best that we can for ourselves and for other people. So as an atheist and a humanist, I would argue that my morals and values are based around a desire to do the very best I can by the people around me. In the absence of a belief in God, I'm doing the very best that I can. I'm internally attributing responsibility, and I'm saying it's on me to help other people, and I'm not allowing the belief in an external entity to stop me from taking responsibility for looking after my fellow man. And unfortunately, what I see a lot in a lot of Christians and other people of other religions is that's not my problem. I don't have to be charitable. That is an issue between that person and God. And I don't subscribe to that. I will do everything I can. That's not virtue signaling. I will do everything I can to help my fellow man.
Yeah, well, that's one of the best things you've said, probably right the way through this whole last 12 months or whatever. I'm joking. No one is in charge.
That will preach, Jace. That will preach.
You said no one is in charge, and that is a really powerful thing to understand. No one is in charge. When you're free of doing things because of fear of or because of reward, or because of fear of persecution or punishment or whatever, when you're away from all of that and you just do what's right because that's inherent in your existence and who you are and in your DNA or teachings or whatever, that is so much more powerful than people who act only according to reward and or punishment. That's what's so good about karma. You know, it's absolutely true. If you want to be treated like shit, then treat other people like that. You know, I was talking to the kids, my grandson, 2 grandsons and adopted granddaughter today about the whole, they were being nasty to each other. And I said, stop. We talk about it all the time. Don't do that to each other unless you're quite happy for them to do it to you. Are you happy? Are you happy for them to treat you that way? No. Do you understand that if you treat them that way, you're pretty much giving them the license to do it back to you? And the way it stops is for you to stop, and then they have nothing to come back to.
So can I ask you both a question then? Pete, as you a previous believer, Rich as a current believer, why is it that Christians and other people of religion, of faith, see me as being evil because of my lack of belief in a deity, when you can see quite plainly that my intentions, for want of a better way of describing it, my intentions are pure. My intentions are entirely about looking after my fellow man. I practice that. I'm not a hypocrite about it. I'm not virtue signaling. I demonstrate this in my lived experience every day. So why am I looked upon as being evil, wrong, inappropriate, unacceptable? I'm treated worse than people of a different faith in many instances. It's almost as though it's a virtue to be a believer as opposed to it's a virtue to believe that you need to look after your fellow man.
Judge not, lest ye be judged. That is one of the most famous. And it's exactly the same for people who judge people who are white-skinned like them, to people who are just heterosexuals like them. People just love to judge, love to point the finger, love to be. That is also a part of the human experience. There's nothing more soul-destroying than a person like that who also wears the badge and flies the flag of religion and Christianity and look how good I am. I've done my good deed. I'm a Christian. I'm a good person. I go to church on Sundays. They are often the ones who are persecuting all of those people who are different. You either be like me, or if you want to be like you are, Jace, you're not a Christian, you don't fly the flag, then you are just, I'm sorry, mate, but you're going to hell. That is,
yeah. I mean, so, you know, you got a Christian who go to church on the weekend and tithe 10% of their salary, whereas my wife will follow someone at the supermarket who can't pay for their groceries and will pay for them for her.
Yeah.
Which one is the greater good? You know, that money may be going towards the pastor's nice new car versus some family who's just trying to feed their children.
Yep.
100%, Jace. 100%.
Let's just change tack for a second, Gentry. We have roughly about half an hour to go. Theoretically, realistically, we go often way past that, and that's kind of cool. We have a comment from OM17 Spot 2277. The first thing, and I'm sure my other two co-hosts are thinking about, I want to know what the hell that means. OM17 Spot 2277. There's obviously some story behind that because your little graphic, whatever, is something determining 4 arrows heading. Is it wind, nuclear weapons? I don't know. But anyway, OM17 Spot 227 says, no, it is impossible to prove God doesn't exist. Now, whilst that statement is true,
back to front,
the opposite is also true. It is also impossible not to prove, it's impossible to prove the existence of God, where you're saying it's impossible to prove God doesn't exist. It's impossible to prove God does exist unless you have some amazing evidence that we can talk about.
I would argue the onus is on you to prove it, not for me to disprove it.
Correct. But that's a true statement, but also you need to understand the counter statement is that it's also impossible to prove God exists. But if you've got something that you'd like to throw to us, please. But thank you for your comments. Really appreciate you being a part of our podcast tonight. And anyone else that's out there, if you've got a comment, let us know. We love getting comments and questions and stuff like that. It's fabulous. Fenton hasn't joined us yet. He's one of our true believers in the podcast. Join us. Come on, Fenton. The Tyler from California. If you've got anything you'd like to add to what we're talking about tonight, I want to backpedal a little bit. I'm not sure whether we're still on track to discovering what it is Neil deGrasse Tyson was actually talking about, but I think we are. We're unlaying some, removing some layers of what it is we're talking about. Earlier on, Rich, you were talking about a whole bunch of stuff, and I've written down, why would God write a book? And this is talking about, you were talking about how people interpret the Bible. Some theologians, the modern Christians, and what they think the Bible says. My question to you, and I think we've talked about this before briefly, why would God write a book knowing full well that only a chosen few would be able to work out what it's actually about and interpret it? So what you're saying is you've discovered the stuff about the Bible by going back and looking at the true original writings and what you think they mean. But by doing that, saying everyone else who's read the Bible who thinks it says this, and that includes pastors around the world and learned friends who have studied the Bible, they're all wrong. Why in heaven's name would God write a book that only a chosen few can ever work out what exactly it means?
Yeah, now that is one of the big questions that, is a bit of a, I don't know if it's a fatal blow to some forms of Christianity, but it really is. It's a question that's very hard to answer. There's a couple of things going on there, I think, in my experience and, reading and, being on the inside of the thing. I'm not viewing the church from the outside. I've actually been a part of it, preached in it, taught this kind of stuff. There's a couple of things going. So the Bible, there's a and I'll preface this by saying I'm 100%, I do actually believe God exists. I do value the scriptures. I'm a Christian, all of that. However, there's a few ways of looking at the Bible, and I think the way that a lot of Christians look at it is that a bit backwards. They've decided what the Bible is. They've decided that the Bible has to be some kind of book written by God, containing the words of God. I'm just going to drag you over here because I can't concentrate when you're not on my other side.
Sorry, I did that because I'm still trying to get Jason's. I still can't see Jace. It's really weird talking to someone.
Yeah, no, he's perfectly great for the stream as well, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I've just checked on YouTube. It looks okay.
Yeah, it's just been me, and I don't know why. So that's why I rebooted, thinking I might be able to. Actually, you know what? I might be able to do.
Oh, he's frozen.
While he's hopefully figuring that out. So a lot of especially the evangelical fundamentalist branch of the church, they've decided what the Bible is. It has to be this book out of heaven. It's written by God. It contains the truth of God, as if it's a letter from him to 21st century people. So they've got that idea. And then they go from there. What I'm saying is that how about we look at what the Bible actually is? What's in it? How does it hang together? What kinds of things does it say? What does it claim to actually say? And then decide how we will use it. Because if you decide ahead of time that it's 100% correct, it's like a letter from God telling you all the stuff, all the things, then you've got to do some intellectually dodgy stuff about reconciling contradictions, because it can't have contradictions. If God's written it, it can't contradict itself. So that's the decision you've made, and then you end up with this actual book that actually has contradictions. You have to become intellectually dishonest.
No. God works in mysterious ways, Rich.
Yeah, exactly. That's the case in point. Such a thing is. It sounds good until you realize what that means in practice is that truth is not arrived at through reasoned arguments and evidence and consideration. It is arrived at simply choosing somebody who seems okay to you and then just listening to what they say. That's not a very good plan, especially as has come to light in every single Christian tradition. Major issues with their leaders, moral failings, greed, all of that stuff. So choosing what you're going to believe is true based on just whoever happens to grab a hold of a mic and hire out a hall.
Rich, I sometimes feel that I could go to one of these churches, especially one of these evangelical churches, and I could stand on stage and I could preach for an hour without ever revealing my belief in God or not. And I honestly believe that I would have the people in my hands.
Oh, look, I've heard some of the sermons preached in these churches. 100% agree with you. So the Bible... The Bible doesn't say anything. The Bible doesn't teach anything. The Bible is only ever interpreted. That's all that it can do. That's all a text can be. If it's written down, the only thing that happens is that the author doesn't exist anymore. It doesn't. Only the text exists. And I pick it up as a 21st century white male in Australia. The only thing that can happen with that text is be interpreted. That's all that can happen.
How do I reconcile your belief? And I utterly respect your position. You know that, Rich. No question. Sincerely. But I also have a good mate that I've discussed before on this podcast who similarly I utterly respect his position and his right to believe what he believes. But he is someone that believes that the Bible is the literal word of God, word for word, infallible. If you don't believe something or there's a contradiction, it's your misunderstanding, not that of the Bible, because it is literally the word of God. I've discussed with him the idea that there's been translations and editing and all that stuff. The church, the Council of Nicaea, all that stuff. And yet he continues to not only believe fervently in Christ and the teachings, so a lot of the same values, but this idea that the Bible is the literal word of God. Now, if I'm to take two Christians and put those side by side and think about what that means and how that applies to me and the people around me, it is incredibly difficult to reconcile those two different points of view because they're diametrically opposed. Luke's perspective on the Bible, your perspective on the Bible, to an extent, Pete's perspective on the Bible. I'm on the outside looking at Christians who all wear the same hat. And yet their interpretations, their beliefs, and this is the main body of text for the entirety of Christianity. And yet the variation there is immense.
Right. Yeah. And that you've nailed it in one. The reason why your mate can't get away from what he's talking about is because that's tied up with his entire identity. There comes a time when you cross over into logical belief and fallacies and scriptures and interpretations, and he said that, she said that, and this is why it's such a ridiculous, confusing mess. But
he's such an incredibly intelligent guy. He's one of the smartest people I know. And that intelligence is being misplaced by trying to find the logical connections and taking these massive leaps to try and tie things together. And unfortunately, what it does for people like me is it just makes us more resolute in our belief that it's all make-believe and fairy tales. That's not to question the ethics or the morality or the value of the teachings. It just says something about organized religion and how it's been manipulated purely to control people.
And that's the identity thing, and that's what it's so hard to get away from. If you consider that all of the logic presented to you, like Rich may have come across, and talking about intelligent people who are convinced, I mean, Rich and Luke, obviously very smart, educated, intelligent people. That doesn't seem to be a prerequisite to be able to say, I can't put this together. This doesn't fit. It doesn't fit. I'm out of here, because straight away you start thinking, my God, how is my life going to be different if I turn away from this?
Yeah.
You're giving up on friends, churches,
relationships. Bigger than that. If you believe it's the literal word of God, that means that you are okay with slavery in today's world. You can't back away. You can't
escape that conclusion either. Yeah, you're right.
You can't back away from that.
No, and it's got nothing to do with truth and logical. I mean, the thing I struggle with, Rich, that you and Luke seem to be gone down a different path from so many other people. But there's so many other people who've gone down a similar path and have all come up with the conclusion that we're the only ones who actually really understand what's going here, and that doesn't make sense. You're almost saying that so many tens of thousands or maybe even millions of people before you have got it wrong, but you guys have got it right. And I mean, there's no way a sensible God is going to write a book that would just be so confusing and cause so many arguments and so many issues of people just not being able to understand. I just want to follow God and I want to believe in Jesus and I just want to read this book and hopefully it helps me to understand something. No, it doesn't. No one can agree on it. If you read the dictionary, there's no debate. Everyone understands that the words are in there and there's an explanation as to what they mean. You go, cool. With the Bible, it's like it's just a constant non-stop regurgitating the same stuff. But before you respond, because I just want to go, there's a few comments coming.
Good comments there.
Yeah, Fenton has joined us, which is good to see. Thanks, mate. I'm just trying to get this thing over here. I've been running around getting ready for an early day. Okay, cool. Then he follows it up with, if you know what God's attributes are, you definitely can show him to be contradictory and therefore non-existent. If you know what God's attributes are, you can definitely show him to be contradictory and therefore non-existent. We might come back and have a more in-depth look at that. Kyle, I think Kyle might be a newbie to our...
Yeah, welcome, man.
Well done. Thanks, Kyle. A person who's brave enough to put perhaps his real photo with a tux and a bow tie on there. Looking nice, Kyle. Looking nice. The only thing that can happen is I interpret it. It sounds like you're very close to Gnosticism. Yeah, that's what I was alluding to before about the interpretation. If it's just all left up to interpretation, I'm not sure where that gets us, to be honest. Thanks, Kyle, for that, mate. Really appreciate it. And Fenton, again, what about the Council of Nice to See Ya? What is that? Anyone got the Council of Nice to See Ya?
Well, it's a bit of wordplay on the Council of Nicaea.
Right.
Which was an early Catholic Church council that basically edited the Bible to make it a little more palatable to the masses.
Uh-huh. Okay.
And also, I think they basically nailed down the official teaching of the church that God is both human and divine. Is Jesus. So, yeah.
All right. I missed that one during my time as a Christian. B-movie, what's the mistake? We're getting all sorts in here tonight. We've got Kyle in a tux. We've got B-movie, what's the mistake? We just with a B. I'd love to know where you people come from. Just when you because we're in Australia, so we don't get to talk about many people outside of Australia because the Christian faith is so unbelievably different from wherever you go in the world. Predominantly, I guess most of our people are outside of Australia are American. We've had one from Canada, one from what was the little island in the UK? It's the last island that was
Hebrides.
The which one?
Was it the Hebrides? Did we have someone from there?
No,
It was the Isle of Wight.
The bike race is on
The Isle of Man.
Isle of Man. That's right. Yeah.
The Isle of Man, but it was the Isle of something else. Isle of
Wight.
Isle of Wight. The Isle of Man is famous for two things.
Where I keep my bank account so I can avoid paying tax.
Isle of Man is famous for the most incredible bike race in the world and also where the Bee Gees were born, strangely. But Isle of Wight, yeah, but I digress. Where are you from? We'd love to know where you're from. State saying how to prove God exists. You exist. No, come on, man.
Yeah, so B-movie wasn't logic.
You got to give us more than that. That's a blanket statement which needs some clarification.
Yeah. I agree with his name 100%. And there is a whole body of argumentation behind.
Why is the B-movie a mistake?
It was terrible, terrible. Gary Seinfeld should be ashamed.
It ruined
the voiceover. Come on, did he write it? He might have produced it, I think. I didn't mind it at all. My kids loved it anyway.
It's heresy. I know. I shouldn't be blasphemous.
Yeah.
Anyway, what were you going to say, Rich? You finished or?
Oh, look, yeah, no. I was going to pick up on Kyle Duffy's thing really quickly. The only thing that can happen is I interpret it is literally what can only happen unless you also buy into a Christian worldview, which is that the Holy Spirit can illuminate it as well, individually as a part of the church. So, however, that is interpreting the text because the text itself cannot speak. Words on a page can't speak. They can only be interpreted from the viewpoint of where you stand. That's just a description of the mechanics of reading words and getting meaning out of them. That's not controversial when you think about it. When it comes to the scriptures, as a Christian, obviously, there's that added element that you've got another source of inspiration or voice, but that voice is not the words on the page. It's if you buy into it, it's the voice of the Spirit interpreting the scriptures for you.
So can I ask a question out of all of this?
Sorry,
Why is it important?
Just before you do,
Sorry?
Just before you do, I've worked out that if I leave a comment on there from one of our people, like Kyle Duffy, your vision is perfect. There's no messed up. If I take it out like this,
I've noticed, because I'm watching YouTube on the big screen at the same time. There's no issue with YouTube.
Mm.
No, so we're just going to put Kyle's comment under there. Just ignore it, but you're nice and clear for me, so that's all that matters.
So I just want to ask the question: why is it so important to believers, whether believers in Christ, believers in God, believers in Buddha, believers in general? Why is it so important to them that people like me believe as well? And why are we criticized for not believing? I mean, I could certainly understand it if my behavior was negative, if my behavior didn't adhere to the values, the morals, the ethics of the society in which I lived. Why is it that atheists, non-believers, are considered evil? Even if we practice all of the Christian values,
Doesn't matter.
with the exception of believing, why are we considered to be evil when, to a large extent, well, no, without exception, every single atheist I know is an intelligent, educated person who's thought about this at length, has very often read the Bible, has made a decision based on their own personal knowledge and values that they're not interested in it, it makes no difference to their lives, and that they are genuinely a good person. And I can tell you now, I don't hang out with people that have different values to me. So when I have these discussions with people, we're all on the same page when it comes to our ethics and our morals and our values, but a lot of my friends are also non-believers. And yet, of the friends I've got who are believers, there is a disproportionately large amount of them that do not adhere to these values, but will claim that their belief almost exonerates them from the responsibility to act ethically.
It's very much a judgmental thing that comes with Christianity. Certainly in my 25 years as a born again believer, as we were called, judgment. Go on.
I was just going to, there's something that are things going on with that. If I look way back, like early period of Christianity, when it was first coming out, it really was a offshoot of Judaism. It thrived at the margins of society. They really weren't in the center of power. They really were at the margins of Judaism and grew up as a, want of a better word, a cult of Judaism.
And persecuted by the Romans.
Exactly. I think one of the things that went wrong is when it became the state religion of the Roman Empire, because then it moves away from being a transformative practice to a chaplain of the empire. It's the things that drive it to be successful as the state religion is status, control, wealth. All these things naturally are the factors that would evolve it into a successful religion as a official religion of empire. So then I think that's where it went wrong. Today, let me put it today that might make a bit more sense. And forgive me, I'm not attacking anybody personally. I'm making very general statements here. You look in North America, because that's just something that's where it's more extreme. You have a whole bunch of things called Christianity. I would actually say that's a different religion. What I would term it is as a cult of Christ, because I differentiate it. A Christian or Christianity, the very word means little Christ or Christ-like, or I'm going to try and become like Jesus Christ. That's about formation. That's about what you're talking about, Jace. My life looking like Jesus. That's the whole point of Christianity. And that's what it is. The cult of Christ is a group of people who don't want to become like Jesus.
No.
They've just set him up as a god to worship. So it's a cult to worship this thing. I don't want to become like him, but I'll worship him because he gives me power to overcome. He will answer my prayers. We'll get our candidates into government, and then we can have power to cause this nation to bend its will to our ideas of what is right and wrong and moral and immoral. It's very much about power and control. These are different religions. And I've said it before, but there's a bunch of sociologists who have begun to classify a certain branch of fundamentalist evangelicalism as a different religion. It's gone far enough away from
way too far
from Christianity to actually be classified sociologically as a different religion. And I think what you're saying has hit it on the head.
We live in a world where Christians defend rioters and Nazi salutes, but condemn sermons about compassion and kindness. Watching American Christians realize that Christianity is too woke for them is hilarious.
Yeah. So that has to be a different religion when the very words of Jesus Christ, that's all that lady, that bishop was talking about. It's the Sermon on the Mount, which is, you've got like a manifesto. You've got the Communist Manifesto. You've got the manifesto. That's the Jesus Manifesto. Without it, it's not Christianity. These people running around saying that these things are woke, it's not good, it's liberal, brainwashing. Okay, but know that you have now left Christianity and have entered a different thing.
Guys, I apologise for dropping out again. I had another power failure.
Good, man.
So if it happens again, just you'll see me disappear, and it takes quite a while.
You should move down to Albany, mate. We don't have power failures.
No, everything else sucks.
That's because your generator keeps running.
It's the wood fire. It keeps on burning.
Got another newbie, I think, to the podcast, and thanks everyone for tuning into an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. We started over a year ago. We've been doing this podcasting from Perth in Western Australia. It seems the later we go, obviously coincides with people getting up early in the morning and more people are able to come on board. Last week, it was... Who was on? Was it us? Was it us three? Must have been. We're talking about Trump. And I went on for an hour later after that, just talking shit for a little while.
I don't believe that for a second.
Ended up with over 140 views, which was fabulous. So the later we go, it seems it coincides with people's real time of getting up in the morning. And then another one I think is Jason Vi talks about Ephesians. Now, when I was a believer, Ephesians Romans was one of my particular favorites, but Ephesians I love. I love the armor of God, putting on the armor to protect you from the nasties. That's to me the strong point about Ephesians. But Jason says the Spirit gives life, but the letter kills. It's difficult to put a decent comment in such a small chat box, but also free will helps to explain why God allows evil and or pain. We might just jump on this for a sec. Rich, because I know you're big on free will. I don't put an awful lot of what's the word? An awful lot of power onto the statement by our good mate atheist Dawkins, Christopher Hitchens, who said there is no such thing as free will. No, so there is a free will. God insists that you have it, which I think is quite funny in the typical Hitchens style. And we have talked a little bit about the actual validity of that statement. But free will helps to explain why God allows evil and or pain. If you'd like to elaborate, because it's a fairly blanket statement, then there may be some truths to it. But if you'd like to elaborate a little bit on that, Jason, we can actually talk about that, because I'm not a subscriber at all to believing that free will explains why God allows evil or pain. I just think it's another bunch of get out of jail free cards that people like to deal to God in a game of Monopoly. And I think there's constantly an excuse, no matter how many times we come up with evidence to prove the doubt of the existence of God. There's always an answer, and that is a classic answer right there. Fenton has also jumped on to say God and free will is a good topic. It is. We've actually talked about it a little bit before. I think it's a ripper. We can certainly talk about that now if that's what everyone is interested in talking about.
I think so.
Free will is huge. It is often the cornerstone to so many people's belief in that God can actually give you free will. I struggle with the idea of someone giving someone free will. I don't understand how that works. Normal person, yes, but for God to say you have free will, I've given it to you, it's yours. Well, how is it free will if someone gives you something that they insist on you having?
Yeah, free will within the boundaries of the commandments that I've set.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you have free will, but don't do any of these things.
That's right.
And for those of you who
all the fun stuff,
for those of you who haven't been with us for a long time, anyone that wants to revert to the 10 Commandments as being some, moral landscape that we all need to adhere to, we decided a long time ago you don't need 10 Commandments, you only need one, which covers everything, and that is don't be a dick. That is the only commandment. But why God would think you needed 10 and not mention anything about child abuse and stuff within the 10 Commandments?
Slavery.
Yeah, slavery. Hello. Don't be a dick. There's another one. TR saying no, he didn't. No, he didn't. What? I don't know. TR, welcome and thank you. Let us know where you're from.
Pretty much cryptic stuff.
Yeah, no.
Do you know what it is, TR? Is that there's a bit of a delay, so we see your comments pop up in relation to something we've said about 3 or 4 minutes ago. So maybe I'd say,
we're Australians. We don't really get it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson just proved God didn't exist. No, he didn't. Thanks,
no.
mate.
And again, we're Australians, so we've got a few roos loose in the top paddock, a couple of snags short of a Barbie, like a couple of wheels missing from the semi. So try and explain it in words we can understand.
Yeah. Hardening the Pharaoh's heart is the obvious free will issue from the book. That's way about my head at this time of the night. TR, again, he didn't prove that God didn't exist. And then TR, the title. Is anyone joining the bits to pieces?
So Neil deGrasse Tyson bit at the beginning. He's just saying Neil did not prove that God doesn't exist. But I'm telling you right now, if you watch closely and you look at Chelsea Handler, you'll know for a fact that God exists.
Who? You're not helping. I've got to tell you, you're not helping. I don't care how cold you are, where you live. You're not helping.
I was answering the claim made in the title of the stream, nitwit. Thanks, TR. Thanks. That's exactly what I tried to tell you.
Where is that? I was answering the claim made in the title of the stream, nitwit. If you're referring to me as being a nitwit, TR, I will remove you from your stream in 2 seconds flat. So have some respect and be nice.
Nitwits.
Brilliant. Love it, mate. Love it.
If you want to relate back to stuff that we did like an hour and a half ago, it's very difficult.
Let me outline.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
Oh.
That's
if it's really him.
I know.
If it's really you, Senk.
That's not. Yeah, I know that this guy has a great. He's on YouTube all the time talking with what's her face? I can't think of her name. It loves just destroying Trump. Anything to do with Trump, these guys are all over it. He's fantastic.
I can't see that it's you, Senk, but the Young Turks, well done. Nice work.
How do you do, fellow atheists? Mate, we are fabulous. Great to have you on board. Can you tell us if that's you? I don't think it is, but I don't know the name.
See, that's a problem with you atheists. You're just too skeptical.
This is crazy. Everyone's obviously waking up in America. I'm assuming you're all Americans. I know Kent is. Get stuff to your Wally EE. Fair enough. I don't know what that means.
Where's the moderator? Come on.
All jokes aside, the claim that God exists isn't really falsifiable. No,
Is that a double negative?
I don't know. You got no argument there. We understand that. The onus is on you guys to prove that God is real, and that was the origins of this podcast when Rich and I decided to start it over a year ago. Was just to try and delve into the possibilities of proving that God exists, and so far, Rich will admit that he's failed.
Well, I have to work with what I'm given.
But what we have achieved out of this, people, is that over the year and a half, when it was first kind of, when there was two Christians and myself, that we appreciated more and more how much we actually have in common with belief and respect one another, rather than to try and prove that God, doesn't exist, which
I really do think it comes down to semantics, Pete.
Sorry?
Because it comes down to semantics, because what we've come across multiple times is what I think Rich is describing as God. I don't necessarily disagree with, because he's not humanizing it. He's not turning God into a human being and ascribing human values and a human, vista, a personage to God. And I don't know enough about science and enough about the history of the universe to deny that the creation of the universe may well have been something that I'm using a different word to Rich and to you to describe. So what Rich is calling God, I may well refer to as the universe.
Sure, yeah.
The difference and the challenge comes in when we start putting the fables around it. And that's not to be critical of those fables, but it's just to say that we may actually have a lot more in common if we talk about the fundamentals as opposed to the stuff that's being constructed on top of it.
Well, the fables you're referring to are only biblical. There are many other gods that you can discuss, which are, if there is a God, it's most likely to be one God. And if everyone agrees that there's one God, then there's a whole new argument about how come the Christians claim that theirs is the one God and Muslims claim theirs is the one God. If you read the Quran, it's the final.
Maybe they're all correct.
Well, everyone can't be right.
Well,
why not?
By definition,
because everyone can't be right, but everyone can be wrong.
Why not? Why can't they all be correct?
Well, because we've actually done away with all the other gods. If you go back and have a look at ancient history and Greek history, we've got.
They're all the same God.
Well, no, not back then, because people were just making shit up as they went along. We needed a God to explain stuff. We don't need a God to explain anything anymore.
Well, we don't. But let's assume for a moment it is all the same God. Every single God in every single religion. Let's pretend for one moment it's the same God.
Okay.
And let's pretend that me as an atheist is calling that same God the universe.
Yep.
Suddenly, we're all on the same page.
And if they agree.
Pretty close.
It would be easier to announce that there's a creator that we all believe in.
So TR saying that they may contradict each other. But do they? If we look at fundamentally every single God, are they contradictory? Is one of those gods saying this and another God saying, no, absolutely, it's the opposite of that?
Yes.
I don't know every religion. I don't know every God. But my belief is that the basic golden rules are the same amongst all religions. It's all the fables that are contradictory, not the fundamental belief in humanity.
And you're right. That's okay. The problem is when people explain that they are it. You won't find any Christians anywhere in the world who will say, okay, there might be other gods and other religions that are correct. You might get someone like Rich and Luke who are bigger than that and can understand that. But by and large, when Christians talk about God, it is the Christian biblical God, and there are no exceptions and there is no arguments. Thank you very much. Good night. The Muslims will also say the same thing about their God, about Allah, and so it goes. That's the problem. Everyone proclaims exclusivity. So there's
But
either
what are the fundamental
exclusivity or
beliefs?
there's not. Hey,
I come back to the fundamental beliefs of each of those religions. So, Rich, as an example, give me one of the most fundamental beliefs of Christianity that doesn't involve the fables of the Bible and Christianity.
Well, it depends what Christianity you're talking about. My
See,
Christianity, the most fundamental claim is that God is love, is the most fundamental
And
truth thing you can say about it.
All of the religions believe that?
No. There's different versions that would say not. There's even some versions of Christianity would say not.
So we've got a variant of Christianity, but what about Islam? Is not the fundamental belief that they're God? I mean, I'm not going to say the name because I don't want to offend people, but is not the fundamental belief of the Islamic God the same thing? I mean, it's still it comes from the same root religion.
It does.
It's not the belief still that it's about love?
But then you have some Muslims would say, absolutely, I've met them and talked to them. And you have other people of the Islamic faith who would say, no, similar to some people in Christianity, God is justice. Justice is the fundamental thing, and love is a secondary quality. So there are some differences. However, if God, as I would argue, properly conceived as the ground of all being, all of that sort of stuff, the only conception of God that can possibly be true, because the other ones position God in empirical space that you would have to find some evidence of. If God is God, there can only be one. Like, that's the definition. One of the classical theist definitions of God is unity. There's only one. Therefore, you've got to separate, if you believe in God, the metaphysical reality of God, which is one, and everything we say about God. And if God is infinite, no matter what we actually conceive of God as, or even say about, can never actually be it, because we can't speak infinity, we can't speak ultimate, we can't even believe ultimate.
So religions, I mean, in my mind, I look at religions and I go, are they different languages for the same thing? So if you imagine, and I know I'm drawing a long bow here, but if we look at the Polish language and we look at the English language, ultimately, is Islam, Buddhism, Christianity different languages to express the same idea of an infinite God, whatever you want to call it?
I would argue yes, in different ways, because that's the only way you can talk about God is toward it. And no matter what you say, you're going to get part of it wrong. By definition, anything you say about God has to fall short. However, let's talk about Christianity. The one thing I do know, Christianity has suffered from an absolute cancerous feature, which is its colonizing partnership. And the systems are very much still there. Colonizing, cultural superiority, all of this stuff has poisoned it. However, in the sacred scriptures themselves, there are very confusing things, and there are very, very clear statements. And some of the things that are absolutely clear statements, the more fundamentalist people want to twist out and bring the very confusing things up to the front. Some very clear statements in Christianity. God is love. It doesn't say that God loves, and it in fact says anyone who loves, this I'm quoting scripture directly, anyone who loves knows God. If you do not love, you do not know God. Okay. Another part of the scripture says in John 1, in the beginning was the word, yada, yada. It's talking about Jesus Christ. He says, he came into the world and was the light of all of humanity. All of humanity. It didn't say Christ was the light of the Jewish people or the Christians or the ones who understood things right, the very foundation of our faith as Christians says Christ is the light of everyone, which means obviously when we look around, we will recognize God's presence in places that aren't labeled Jesus or Christ, because what is that? Literally just English labels that would never have applied to Jesus Christ anyway when he was on the earth. They're all, if we look and we see goodness, our scriptures demand that we say that is God. So if we look to Buddhism and we see something good and holy there, we go, that is the same God I believe.
That's
Or we have
precisely
to
my
deny
point.
our own scriptures. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I agree with you 100%.
So when someone is saved, right? So we send out missionaries and they're saving the savages, for example.
So that's a great colonizing term, use of the term. Yes.
When we educate them to be saved, what we're doing is we're instilling Christian values into them, which I would argue, if they do then take on those Christian values, and they were savages before, but now they're considered to be civilized, it's because they're now exhibiting the values that Christ was teaching of empathy and compassion and all those woke values. When we saw Bishop Mariam Budd giving that sermon at the inauguration, and Trump and Vance were rolling their eyes and getting visibly disgruntled at her request for empathy for people, I can't for a moment think that Christians would suggest that Trump and Vance are saved, are true believers, because they're not responding sympathetically to the teachings of Christ. And I would argue any other religion, a true believer of Buddhism, would hear that sermon by Mariam Budd and go, regardless of my belief in a different God and a different prophet, I believe in those values. And therefore, I'm going to nod my head in agreement with empathy for people. I'm not going to shake my head and go, you're being woke.
Yeah, you're right. And
just
to finish that last little conversation is that the problem comes when there's certain very specific things said about God. God is this kind of thing, and it's speculative and it's claimed revelation stuff. That's where the actual contradictions can come in. And therefore, although I would claim there is only one God, there can't be more than one God.
Why?
By definition.
Why can't there be more than one God?
Because the definition of God is one.
But how do you account for all of the thousands of other gods that were around that were eradicated before we got to this God?
Because that's that conception of the gods is a little g gods, and they're literally just beefed up beings like us. They're just people, but with slightly different qualities, maybe stronger, maybe invisible, maybe that. However, the classical theist argument toward God, one of the things that you cannot leave behind is that of unity, that this world, when we look about, is all made of parts. And if you've made of parts, something outside of you needs to be there for your being. Like, I don't just exist. I'm held together by bodily processes. I needed to have parents. I need to have food because I'm parts. And eventually you'll argue, you go, okay, well, if there's something more than what is just parts, it has to be one. It has to be whole. And therefore, that's the only God that cannot fail the empirical test.
All right.
It's the only God that is possible. Therefore, God has to be one, or he doesn't exist, or they don't exist.
Okay. I appreciate and respect what you're saying, Rich. However, there's absolutely zero way of proving that anything you just said then is actually true.
Oh, 100% there is. If you talk about how we know things and what the world is like, you may come up with a different conclusion, but this is not an argument that we can take a tape measure.
This is the transcendental argument.
It is
Look,
essentially a part of that argument.
but it's not. Yeah, I just want to jump across because we've got a whole bunch of people who are arguing on our comments, and we'll start off with TR saying, "Are you aware of transcendental argument?" No, I am not. You guys were aware of transcendental. I know transcendental meditation. I don't know transcendental argument. Whether that, I don't know what that is, but if we want to come back to it. They can't all be correct because of contradictions. I'm just going to read them one by one. Hopefully it all fits together somehow. They contradict each other. This is where the debate between various people. That's like saying that 2 + 2 = 4 and 5 at the same time. Disagree. The first premise of tag. Can someone tell me what tag is? It's been coming up tonight.
I'm pretty sure that's the transcendental argument for God.
Yeah. It's an aesthetic.
Okay. And I just want people who are watching tonight who might think I'm a little bit behind the 8 ball. These younger gentlemen here who are with me tonight are considerably younger. In fact, a week ago, I turned 68, born in 1957. So,
and I'm only 29.
Yeah, whatever. And I was a Christian for 25 years from 1988, and then work out and do the maths to make it 25 years after that. So I'm not 100%, fast as these guys. So just give me a little bit of a break if I don't understand stuff. I'm not pretending, but I've got tattoos, so that makes some difference.
I have a tattoo. Look.
Oh, that's something I really didn't need to see tonight.
I've got a suspicious mole over here.
Anyway, for those of you, I've been a Christian for 25 years. Rich has been a Christian for most of his life. He's in his mid-40s now, thereabouts. Jason is a secular heathenist from the lower parts of Western Australia. I can't tell you. Yes. No, there are philosophical and metaphysical contradictions. These are the debates going on between TR, It's Unsound, and Fenton, I think. This could end in fisticuffs. The crucifixion of Jesus Christ. The crucifixion of Jesus Christ, I'm just going to make this one blanket statement because I've done a fair bit of study into this, and you're willing to come and tell me. It's one of the most unprovable things ever in the Bible. There is zero evidence of people actually being involved at the time and making statements about it. It's just a bunch, and this might cause a fight. I don't know, but that's what I basically believe. That's not connected to tag from Fenton, TR again.
Their argument, Pete, is that you can't know that.
No,
that's what this is all about. So if you look at Immanuel Kant and the philosophy of Kant, it's all about whether or not you can actually know something and know it to be true.
No, it's a single solitary thing. Everything in the Bible is a claim.
How do you know that, Pete? How do you know that?
There you go. Guilty as charged, Your Honour.
This is the stupidity of the entire transcendental debate about knowledge, and it's very easy to go, how do you know that? How do you know that? That is ridiculous finger pointing, because the only thing I can know is what I know. Is what I believe. So to argue that you can't know is ridiculous, because all I know is what I know. You guys could be figments of my imagination. These people in the chat channel could be figments of my imagination. All I know is what I know. What I know. And what you guys know, I only know that because of what I'm perceiving here right now. All of this stuff is, to an extent, philosophical bullshit. We can only know what we personally know and feel, and for Rich and you, the faith that you've got. But even then, faith is only what you know. Know is such a nebulous word.
Yeah, well, faith is not a mechanism to find the truth, because you can believe anything you like using faith. Faith is not I've got faith, therefore it can't be questioned. Faith does not send you on a path to find the truth, because if I can use faith alone to say that there's pixies in my garden every morning, I go and talk to them. Can you show me them? No. Can you prove them? No, but I have faith that they're there. That is exactly the same as the argument that Christians use. Anyway, let's move on. I'm just trying to get to the end of this discussion and argument. It doesn't really matter because they're arguing among themselves.
Which is great.
There's someone else new again tonight. Cosmo.
Cosmo.
Let's call him Kramer. Which
And
God
the young mayor.
did he allegedly prove exist? Historians disagree with you. This is going crazy. Kyle, the well-dressed Kyle, is back with us again. What a swish-looking dude. Rich's argument is solid. See, Augustine, essentially the existence of multiple gods necessitates shortcomings of each god, which results in a god's incapable of creating this world, us, and themselves. Wow, you've put some thought into that, mate. Thank you so much, Kyle. Appreciate it. Richard's feeling much better about himself. TR, believing and knowing aren't the same thing. Believing and knowing aren't the same thing. Correct. No. The belief is in the absence of knowing, which is what faith is all about, isn't it? Oh, someone different again. The young Mayo. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Are you a Kiwi, a Queenslander, or something in between? It's fabulous. Faith is anything but knowing. Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with that.
I disagree.
Shut up. Novel, testable predictions. I'm trying to get through this list, mate. There's a lot of people here who are paying good money to be here tonight. There's blind faith and there's justified. There's no difference between blind faith and justified faith. Faith, by definition, is unknowing the truth.
That's right. How can you justify it? Faith is faith. It's blind. It's meant to be blind. By definition, it's blind.
Correct. Rich is probably spewing at the moment with what we're saying. I like Credence over Faith. Yeah, they're a great band. Definitely with you that unfair. Yeah, John Fogerty, no worries at all.
John Fogerty.
Faith just means trust. Well, it does. If you said to yourself, are you going to go and lay in your bed tonight? Will it collapse under you? No. Why? Well, because I have faith that it's going to not collapse, and I trust that it's not going to collapse. But
the moment you know without a shadow of a doubt that it will not collapse, you have to change your language from trust to I know. Therefore, you don't have to trust because the knowledge is solid.
How can you know?
So that's the way we use the word anyway, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
I agree with you both. The way that most people use the word faith is.
But Rich, we've covered this in previous podcasts. When we talk about faith, and I've asked you this before, for you, faith is knowledge. Your faith in God is because you know God exists. It's not a faith. It's not an imagination. It's a knowledge of the reality of God for you.
But then if it's
reality, I don't have to have faith. You don't have to have faith. You know God exists.
Faith is a word used in the absence of evidence. Let's just cut to the chase and just, that's what it is. You only use faith because you haven't got evidence. If you had evidence, then the word faith disappears.
Yeah,
do you have evidence, Rich?
Using other words for it then. Yeah.
Sorry?
Yeah, then you would just start using other words like I know or the
Rich,
evidence demonstrates.
Hang on a second, Jay. Just let me get through these couple of ones. TR, you justify faith with evidence.
No,
you just no. Well,
that's not faith.
No, evidence and faith are two entirely different things. If you try and marry them together, you're just going to come up with a whole bunch of weak excuses why you believe in God. I'm sorry, it's that cut and dried. Faith. Do you justify faith with evidence?
Well, if you define faith as trust, there has to be some reason for trust. So you could say that's an evidence that leads to a reasonable faith that you trust it without knowing. Like, I went into marrying my wife. I didn't just go, I have no evidence that she loves me. I'm just going to blindly walk into it. I had some evidence, but it wasn't conclusive. It wasn't what would come as empirical knowledge. So in that sense of something that points towards a reason why you should trust rather than shouldn't trust, I can see why you would use those words.
I think
for me, Rich, that trivializes it.
It's an intangible
No,
thing.
not at all. That's how it actually functions in the life of people of faith.
But I just for me, looking in, I see the whole God idea as being such a big and important thing that the idea of a one-to-one human love trivializes the idea of a belief in an all-being, all-encompassing creator. And so, and again, I accept I'm looking at this as an atheist and as an outsider. But when I look at the idea of that acceptance of the idea of an all-encompassing creator, to me, your faith in that is a knowledge, because you couldn't have the faith without genuinely believing on evidence to yourself of a direct experience or an interaction with that creator. And I don't mean an interaction in the conventional sense of talking to them, but a knowledge, a feeling within, in your heart, not necessarily your brain, a feeling of the soul based on your belief and how that creator has made you a better person and fulfills a part of you that's missing. That's not faith, that's knowledge. You know it to be real. It's genuine, it's tangible. It's something that you can't share with anyone. But I've seen believers who are so fervent about this, it can only be knowledge.
Yeah, so the way you define faith, knowledge, evidence, in that way, that works. Some people in churches, even in common speaking, will define it slightly different, where faith and knowledge are slightly different. But yeah, what you're saying, I agree 100%.
Just a few more messages I want to get through as this. They're coming flying in from Cosmo and Fenton and TR and the young Mayo. From Cosmo, do religious people have any studies that indicate the efficacy of prayer, or is prayer always as effective as the control group? All this, we've talked about this before on this podcast, Cosmo. There's lots of studies, and I looked into all of the studies on prayer. The whole podcast was about prayer, and it was quite interesting. There was a couple of areas where prayer actually seemed to work, but they worked out that it wasn't the fact that prayer was being answered. It was just the like a side issue, and I'll kind of explain. What they did come up with is that people who were praying for pregnancy seemed to do well because they knew that other people were praying for them, and that somehow helped them into becoming pregnant. And other people who actually knew that they were being prayed for didn't get better. They didn't recover from whatever it is they were going through, compared to those people who didn't receive prayer at all. So prayer actually had a negative impact. Don't know why, but the studies...
Yeah, that was an interesting episode.
Isn't this just a bit like visualization and like a vision board, where once you establish that you want something, you can manifest it yourself without necessarily having to appeal to supernatural forces?
Yeah.
Like, that's why you have a vision board, because you put something on there and you go, I aspire to that and I'm going to work towards that. And once you've actually visualized it, it helps you work towards it.
Yeah.
Isn't a prayer basically essentially just visualization?
Well, actual prayer for healing statistically does not work at all. It has no impact. It's roughly around the same as coincidence, the rate. But there are a couple of other areas where prayer actually seemed to work purely, not based upon prayer, but based upon what people were understanding, like you're talking about. That they knew that people were caring for them and praying. And Luke and I talked about this a lot. But if you want to go back, we've done a lot of podcasts. Many subjects we haven't touched on. Prayer is one of them. I don't know what episode it is, but if you go into YouTube and have a look, all of the library of all of the podcasts that we have done, including prayer, are there, and that might help you out.
So the way I would answer that is, prayer, studies show that prayer does work. It doesn't say why it works. You know what I mean? It could be all these other factors, but there's some things where people pray, good things happen, yet prayer works. But to prove that a deity intervened and that's why prayer worked is actually a lot harder, and it isn't even answered as a part of those studies.
I'm sorry, but it's a ridiculous argument, because when Pete prays for the Dockers to win and you pray for the Eagles to win, who does God listen to?
The Eagles.
Just backtracking. Rich, I have to disagree with you there. All the studies show that prayer does not work at all.
So people prayed and good things happened. Prayer works, but why did it have a good outcome in those cases? That's the thing. It's not those even the studies that says prayer had a beneficial outcome. The problem is there are a bunch of Christians running around saying, "See, therefore, God is real." Well, no, those studies only show that when people pray, good things happen in those instances.
Vision boards work too.
Yeah. What's the mechanism behind it? Is it God? Is it just, placebo? Is it because you're visualizing? Those things aren't actually answered in those studies.
Yeah, that's not what our podcast showed at all. The studies that I read that we talked about, there was only one area where prayers work, and that was to do with women who were trying to get pregnant on IVF.
Mm-hmm. But that doesn't necessarily mean that God intervened.
Oh no, quite the opposite.
So those studies can't actually say that. Yeah.
Look, the simple answer is if prayer works all the time for what we believe it is in Mark, there would be no such thing as hospitals.
Exactly.
Anyway, so
it's always humorous, isn't it? When people, especially on social media, go, "I was cured of cancer, praise God." It's kind of no. Praise your surgeon, really, first.
Yes. Cosmo, do religious people have any studies? I'm sorry, that's the one we just read. Faith is definitely more emotional and exciting. Okay, that's an unusual thing for you to say. I would have thought.
Well, a Pentecostal meeting is slightly more fun than a academic paper being presented.
Yeah, you can have faith in scientific evidence of gravity, justified faith, or you can have faith that you can fly when you jump off the bridge, blind faith. Well, that's just going to end in death, so that's really, just strange.
I think we're playing loose and fast with definitions here.
The young Mayo, yes, but there is a list of fallacies you have to forget in order to turn faith into trust. I'm not going into these deeply, guys, because there's so many of them. That's another one not worth mentioning. Cosmo, so my first grade teacher lied to me about prayer.
Cosmo.
Well, depending on where you went to school, absolutely, Cosmo. It is a simple, prayer is one of the simple tests you can do as a Christian. I did it for years. I prayed and prayed and prayed and prayed. We had all-night prayer vigils. We'd have all-weekend prayer vigils. Every single person who was dying we ever prayed for died. And then people go, "Oh, God moves in mysterious ways." No, prayer either works in that context or it doesn't. And prayer, you can test yourself and come up with your own conclusions. Don't let anyone tell you what to believe in. Try it.
As did Pete when he prayed for plebes, it didn't happen.
If you pray 100 times for something that happened and it doesn't, and the last one it does, and you go, "Praise Jesus, it worked," there's a very good chance that is actual baloney. There'll be an earthquake in Italy in some little village and everyone will die except they pulled out a little girl and they go, "Praise God, she lived," and God willingly let everyone else in the building die. I mean,
yeah, big problems with that.
You've got to be honest and true about all of this.
Real quick, if prayer is just a vending machine to make, basically make God do what we want, or to somehow control our lives a bit better, obviously that idea of prayer is on the very barest experiment broken. However, as the ancient mystic says, prayer is not about getting God to do what you want, but being formed into the image of Jesus Christ. Prayer does work. It does make you, is one of the paths that you can walk to become a better person. However, they also said prayer is one of the ways that you can encounter God.
Don't argue with you very often, Rich, but I don't agree.
So you're saying that prayer is impossible to make you a better person when it actually does in the experience of many.
I don't think the act of asking for God to change things metaphysically or
no. That's the thing. What I'm saying is, prayer isn't asking God for stuff to happen. But
That's
the way
not
that people prayed in the ancient modes wasn't God do this, God heal that, God do this other thing, otherwise I am going to lose my nut and I'm not going to believe in you. They actually saw prayer as one of the paths
Then why is
that
it
you
so
could walk to become more like Jesus.
why is it so simplified in the Gospels of Mark then? The simplified version that we were all taught was ask and you shall receive. Pray for what you need and God will grant you. Black and white. Why is that?
And you know, the only ones who really taught that way that we were taught started around the 1950s. Prosperity gospel is the ones that really taught that.
Mhm.
There's been 2,000 years of rich Christian tradition where the same people read the same verse and came up with different conclusions.
Prosperity gospel. That gospel that ends up with super churches that don't open their doors when there's natural disasters. They have all the ability to help people and don't.
Well, the
Jeez.
prosperity gospel is an actual heresy.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's you know, it's not just I don't believe in it. It's a heresy. It actually goes against the teachings of Jesus Christ and the church establishment.
Okay, from the young Mayo again, you literally can't believe anything without some level of faith. I agree with that, unless you're claiming that you can possess infallible knowledge. Look, faith is not a word that should just be completely eradicated just simply because we can't use it, or it's not applicable to replacing evidence. I think that faith is a dangerous word when it comes to belief, because if you can't prove anything, then it's easy just to slip the word and go, you're being challenged by your faith. My faith never falters, doesn't falter for a minute. I just always continue to believe in God. That doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything's more real, or you've come up with evidence to prove that it's true. You're just hiding behind that word faith, which Christians do, to say, I have faith. I have faith that this is going to happen. Great. Good on you. So what? What the hell does that even mean? It really doesn't. I'm interested in, and as all human beings should be interested in, as much evidence as possible to prove that something is real, that it's true, or it's in the development stage of being investigated to become true. That's what I love about science. Science is not the enemy of faith and believing in God. It is just simply what it is. Science is science. It's not any competition. It's not a battle to say we are better than you. We have evidence to prove. We have science to prove. Science is completely separate. Anyone that joins religion and science together, I think, is completely off the charts. It's not. I don't see how the two are compatible. I see them as being the opposite. That science is science and faith and religion is what it is. And to try and combine the two, I don't think you come up with any solid conclusions and anything that's really relevant. I just think it's more and more confusing. And I've got to jump back onto this because there are so many. This is crazy. Tonight is going mental. I don't understand why. More from the young Mayo. I don't need any faith for 2 + 2 = 4 because there is so much evidence that is the case, and I don't need faith there. That's nothing to do with faith. 2 + 2 = 4.
It's also objectively true.
Is what?
Objectively true.
Correct.
It can be demonstrated.
It can be demonstrated. That's that demonstration. Again,
mathematics is like reality. Yeah.
Yeah. You can take in this evidence through your brain. How do you know your brain gives you an accurate picture of reality? Well,
which is what was mentioned earlier about solipsism.
Yeah.
Which is the belief that nothing exists outside of your own mind, which is different to the other concept which was just mentioned about nihilism, which is effectively the belief that nothing matters, not even yourself.
Yeah. So the question from T. Young Mayer is, are you an
epistemic nihilist? Yeah.
Okay. Who? I don't know who you're talking to. There's 3 of us here. Let us know who you're questioning. You got nothing, bro. Leave me alone. That's obviously something going on between two. That's not me. I didn't say that. Strike a light, Ruthie. I need to get paid for this job. This is The atheist is someone else new. What is going on tonight? There are so many people who've never been in contact with us before, and bang, I can prove the Christian God doesn't exist. Okay, let's see what we got. I'm not sure if the live chat is the best place to do that. Yeah, look, it's your call, mate. We are here. Well, sorry, mate, you might be. Well, actually, we call women and men, mate, in Australia. So the atheist perspective again, what if I can prove the Christian concept is a logical impossibility? Sure, mate, we're open. The atheist perspective, you can try to. Okay, well, I will defend 3 propositions. 1, a non-spatial existence is a contradiction. Ontological emergence contradicts the law of identity and X.
Niall O'Neill fit. Yep.
Speak Australian, mate. Fair income. That is TR talking to me. Oh, good. Okay. Ontological pluralism encounters Bradley's regress. Well, you're taking this to a whole new level, the atheist perspective. I want to
be, that's all right.
I want to be
we
very
can talk ontological pluralism if you want.
I want to be very clear about this, guys. I started this podcast over a year ago because I've come out of a 25-year journey as a Christian, and that was about 13, 14 years ago. I wanted to start up a podcast just to talk about evidence of the reality of God's existence. I'm not. These guys might be interested. I'm not the slightest bit interested in ontological pluralism. I'm not.
But you like constitutional pluralism, Pete.
I want to keep. You guys can talk about what you like. I want to keep it. I had a very emotional relationship that I thought with God during the 25 years. Basically, it's a long story, but it saved my life. In that case, it was very good. It was very profound. It was very emotional. It was very dramatic. It was weird. It was bizarre. I can talk about it anytime you want to know. But I needed to get out of it because I was sick to death of just using my own faith and belief. I needed evidence and I needed to know. And you can't know stuff. You need faith. And I didn't want to rely on that anymore. So here we are. We've been doing this for over a year. If you can show me somehow that God is real, I'm happy and I'm open to the possibility of that being real. I'm not interested in the multi-levels of ontological pluralism and all the other. It doesn't do it for me. It doesn't. I'm not interested. You know, I'm interested in facts and knowledge and understanding and purity. You guys might be turned on by this stuff. I am not. However, the atheist perspective, I appreciate your comments and I welcome them more. The atheist perspective seems to be using a logic to make this argument. Does logic exist? Is it spatial? Sure. I would have thought so. Guys? No? This is getting awfully crazy. Just for those people who are joining tonight, there are so many philosophical. We don't know what's happening. We've been doing this for over a year. We have lots of people commenting, but suddenly there's all of these people, and we welcome you. Thank you so much for being a part of it. But it's a bit overwhelming, to be honest. Rich, you're the only one who's anchored here.
Yeah, no, you can see a good conversation with the atheist perspective. Looks like he's using a lot of what would you call that type of
philosophical
philosophy, but it's not continental philosophy. It's like the it's too late for me. And yeah, I think a lot of what he's saying is very robustly argued, and given certain foundational concepts, what he's arguing is very solid. However, there's more than there's some foundational pieces that you can pick apart and look at, because if there was a literal, you could write a novel's worth, 100,000 words, absolutely proving 100% without exception that God does not exist, every intelligent person would not believe in God. It would be that easy. It would be just an easy argument to make. It wouldn't be. It would just be the dumb people who do believe in God, the smart people who don't, and that's it. We don't find that. So there's more than that can be just sort of argued in a certain way. However, atheist perspective, a lot of what you say is I'm really sympathetic to and believe in as well.
Okay. Fantastic.
His last bit there, people don't believe in God for strictly logical reasons, is very insightful.
Look, the whole belief thing in God is so multi-level. There are people, the true people of, what am I trying to say? Upper level people who get off on the incredible multi-level complexities of the understanding of God and religion and all. It's like that's their thing. And in between that and the base level people who just want to do it because it feels right and it's good and I want to belong and I want to know that there's a God out there that loves me. And in between there's all sorts of levels. And that's what we've tried to put together with this podcast. Two of which people are not with us tonight who offer a different perspective, and it's very interesting. Rich is really knowledgeable when it comes to the complexities of the Bible and its origins and what it means to us today in 2025. Jace doesn't believe. It's a good man who believes in all of the good things of what Christ represents, but doesn't sign off on being a believer that way. And then there's me. So going through all of this stuff with so many comments and so many levels of stuff to try and establish what it was we started out tonight at 8:00 Australian Western Standard Time. It was it was 2 hours ago, to be honest, 2 hours and 20 minutes, about Neil deGrasse's comments about that he made at the beginning of the podcast, which I think I've even lost my notes because I've had a couple of power failures here, and so I can't actually remember what it was he was talking about. But the love and power and stuff of God, it's kind of getting a little bit lost. So we do apologise, and the comments are just continuing to come. So I'm just going to go through.
Before we swing it back around, just so that I can state something to the atheist perspective. We talk about Bradley's regress, which you were talking about earlier on. There's a version of that we can argue in favour of straight monism, where you're actually now starting to talk about the only things that we have are action, knowledge, and meaning. And if we're to follow through on that, that's exactly what I was talking about a little bit earlier on, that I can only know what I know. And anything outside of that, you've got different flavours of philosophy, different arguments from the different philosophers. Regardless of which philosopher said it, my personal position on all of this is that I can only know what I know. Same goes for everyone else. Anything outside of my mind is conjecture, and I'm believing what other people say, but it's all just in my mind. So whether I have faith, trust, knowledge, whatever you want to call it, I can only know what I know, and the same goes for you. So when we talk to each other, we've talked semantics previously about words meaning the same thing to each other. We talk about faith. We've demonstrated earlier on. We all have different definitions of faith, different definitions of knowledge. Until we can come to a landing on understanding exactly what the words mean to each other, we're going to have difficulties with all of these debates and discussions. And that's why, for me, all of this just comes back to a level of respect. So as long as I respect what Pete says, and I respect what Rich says, and I respect all the things in the channel, we can have these games talking about the words and the meanings and everything else, but the ultimate ambition of what we're doing on this podcast and the conversations that we have are to understand each other as best we can, but to do it in good faith. And I use that word in a slightly different context.
Well said, Jace. I totally get that. It's important for me who started this podcast to try and channel it toward where we can go to establish whether or not the ultimate question is, does a creator exist? Does a God exist? Do deities of any conception exists. That's what this is all about. Having spent 25 years in believing that about God and all of the wonderful things through a Pentecostal church that I was involved with, I want to step back and try and establish something. Now, if people want to have arguments about ontological pluralism and emergence, I appreciate my level of awareness and intelligence and the desire to be that complex. You know, I don't want to downplay who I am or upplay who I am. I want to talk about the things that matter. And to me, and I've spent years listening to all of the Hitchens and all of the great atheists who I can never think of when I need to. Dawkins and Sam Harris and Dennett and whatever. I love all of the arguments because they all kind of bring it down to one simple level about trying to understand whether God exists or not. Any argument about ontological pluralism means nothing to me. You know, I'm not apologizing for who I am. I just want to talk about the things that I can connect with. If you guys want to talk about this, fine. Thank you, the atheist perspective, and keep it coming, because I'm also open to learning and understanding new stuff. And I've listened over and over and over again about ontological arguments, and it just doesn't click with me to help to talk to people about understanding whether there's a real God or not. You know, we don't need to try and prove through arguments whether God logically should or shouldn't exist. That means nothing to me. I just want to find out and establish God's existence or not. At the moment, I don't believe there is such a thing, and I have a reasonable argument based upon evidence only. There we go. I can't say any more than that. I'm going to move on to the next. Logic is spatial. Where is it located? Woolworths. Sorry, no, don't apologise, the atheist perspective. Sorry, Lol. No, I mean, having you on this is amazing. You know, if Rich and Suresh, our other guests, our other panel operator, and Luke want to be involved in this kind of thing, if they can wrap their heads around the intelligence.
But Pete, to an extent, a lot of what they're saying here is academic terminology for a lot of the things that we discuss quite regularly.
Yeah.
So ontological pluralism, whilst it sounds highbrow academic bullshit,
I know what I mean. Yeah.
Ultimately, all that ontological pluralism means is an acceptance that there are different ways of being.
Yeah, I know, I understand. I just don't. It doesn't help get me to the home base. If I'm in a game of baseball, okay, I've got to the first base, I've got to the second base, I've got to the third, I want to get to the home base about this whole thing, and this doesn't get me there. But it's not a criticism of the people who are spending the time to actually be a part of my podcast. This is amazing. To you, the atheist perspective, thank you so much for making the time and the effort. You know, just because I don't get it or it's not that I don't get it, I just don't find it stimulating. I don't find it necessary to get to the end point. And my end point is there evidence to prove that God exists? Do you know, I spent 25 years of my life. I would love to get to the point where I go, righto, I'm either wrong, confused, or I'm right. But I want to get somewhere. You know,
well, you can get to where I am, Pete, and it's, does it matter?
Well, look, everyone has a different perspective. You know, my wife said to me, "Why do you want to do this? Why don't you just let it go?" And I went, I'm not letting it go. I want to try and explain to people and speak to people and connect with them who have decided to get out of Christianity. A lot of people watching and listening will know about Eve Was Framed, about she had exactly the same thing, 25-year journey through Christianity in a straight religious family, to break away, and then suddenly copped more shit from so many
Yeah.
horrible people worldwide who have just abused her beyond belief. A lot of because she's a female, just abuse. And that's what America is like. In Australia, when I decided to leave religion, Christianity, church, the whole thing, I didn't get one single piece of criticism from any person whatsoever. What did happen is all the people who were my close friends disappeared, and I never heard from them again.
Yeah. See, I understand, Pete, how important this is for you, because it has been integral to your life for so long.
Yeah.
Now hunting for another answer is crucial. It's a mission. It helps you self-identify. And Rich, to a certain extent, it is important to you because you have that genuine belief. For me, I mean, I was invited onto the podcast as a non-believer, as an atheist. None of this stuff matters to me because it makes absolutely zero difference in my life. And when I say zero difference, I mean less than no difference. If I didn't think about this, if I didn't acknowledge any of this, my life would be no different whatsoever. To an extent, I'm here because I enjoy the company of you fellas and Luke and Suresh, but it makes no difference to my existence. And fundamentally, the discussions that we're having don't upset me or concern me or challenge me in any way, because this is more of an intellectual exercise than anything else, which I thoroughly enjoy. But I'm not as emotionally invested in it as what you guys are. And I make no apologies for that, but I utterly respect the positions that you guys are in. And I hope that all of my discussions and what I've added over the last year have been respectful, even though I have absolutely no respect for the idea that there is something else.
Yeah, look, it's really interesting, and especially working with Rich on this. And for those people that don't know, Rich is actually my nephew-in-law, which is irrelevant other than we're probably more constrained about, but it's also what brought us together. And I love it. It's you can talk about things in a way that might normally seem quite not necessarily demoralizing, but as argumentative and whatever. But there's an acceptance, which is
exactly.
And I like him even though he's a believer.
but he's a believer that I respect. There are people who are believers that I don't respect, who are just mindless robots who have no argument about why they do what they do. Richard's argument is really, really sound, but we continue to look to other people whose comments from the outside about the whole thing, so we can try and regardless of who you are, whether you're the atheist experience, whether you're Fenton or whoever, we are all looking for the same thing, and that is truth and reality, and in some way uniting us all together for a better world in which we live. Is the answer religion? Is the answer atheism? Is it the answer whatever? We're just trying to discuss the possibilities as human beings evolving on this planet, trying to get along and find our lives interesting and also compatible with other human beings. That's the premise. That is the premise for this.
It is.
You want to get deep, you want to get dark, you want to get whatever. I don't care. Bring it on. Let's just do it. The fact that you're...
I think there is one thing that we can all agree on, Pete, and I'm pretty confident about this, including the atheist perspective, including you, including Rich, Luke, Suresh, the whole lot. I think the one thing that we can all agree on is that jam donuts are awesome.
Yeah, well, no. I mean, I appreciate No. I appreciate your effort, but jam donuts is boring and bullshit. That's just...
No. Well, we're going to violently disagree on this one.
Well, okay, bring it outside, pal. There's only about 400 kilometres between the two of us, so, Fenton, one of the final comments is, I just say the fundamental forces necessitate phenomena that are consistent enough to humans to call axiomatic. See, Fenton, that's not helpful. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not. Are you just being a super intellect and you're part of the intelligentsia? Axiomatic. I don't know what that word means.
Self-evident.
Axiomatic.
But
Okay.
it doesn't need to be proven. Yeah.
Okay. Look, I'm a fairly intelligent guy, but I went to school in Carafa High School, guys. It's a mining town in Western Australia. Give me a break. I've never claimed to be super intelligent, but there are many things that I'm very good at, and one of them is gardening
And guitar.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I play guitar and write songs and a bit of a legend in my own lunchtime, but
Yes. And he had big hair.
I'm not going to show. No, I'm not bringing out the photo of the hair. Or will I? Oh God, that was. I thought Fenton's comment was the last one. That was at 10:20. Oh my God, have you seen all of the stuff after this?
Yes.
This is mental.
I've been watching.
What's
I
wrong?
think
What
I
is
think
wrong?
the most important comment is this one.
That's
It's
true.
jelly.
But it's not jelly. No, jelly's a different thing, Fenton. Sorry.
Hang
You
on.
wouldn't put jelly in a donut. That would be weird.
What they call jelly is our jam, isn't it?
Oh, I know, but they're still wrong.
Talking about semantics again.
I'm going to skip through these guys. It's humans to call it axiomatic. Final comment at the moment at 10:34 from the atheist perspective. Subscribed, mate.
Welcome aboard.
Bring that shit on, brother. Hang on. I've never tried. I'm going backwards now. That's not helpful.
Well, it's late.
I assume that the atheist perspective is American. If so, welcome to an Australian podcast. G'day. How you doing?
Yeah, guys, tell us who you are. Well, unless you don't want us to know who you are.
Where you're from. Yeah.
All criminal records are exempt.
Veggie, mate. Donuts. Don't be ridiculous.
I'm a moral and what is that word?
Anti-realist,
Anti-realist.
necessitarian, nominalist, existence monist,
With all due
physicist,
respect,
functionalist.
I don't often
And
say this.
wordsmith.
I don't often say this on this as an Aussie on this podcast. I'm going to say it. Fuck off. Jokingly, I don't mean that.
I've got to tell you, what he's just said is a term of endearment. Don't take it personally. We use it when we're astonished at something. So your choice of words is exemplary. Well done. He's saying, fuck off, because that is amazing. You've done really well.
That's exactly what it means. It's to Aussie, like you're in. You're in the
Absolutely.
side now because of
Australian lingo is the only lingo in the world where you can use the word fuck in every context whatsoever, like fuck, or you are fucking unreal, or fuck off, you dickhead. You know, it goes on. It's long. It's not.
He's fucking right as well.
It's not an insult, but however, your post, fuck off. I mean, it's.
Don't believe him. It's fucking awesome.
Do you know what I think you are? The atheistic perspective. I think you are a lyrical wanker.
There's a stooge.
That too is also a term of endearment.
it really is strange. We're a strange mob down here.
If you are, it is true. You're taking the piss using those words. You're just trying to be an intellectual giant, and you are. I'm really scared about this graphic here, the atheist perspective. Tell us a bit about yourself. Where are you from? I want to know about who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, we do, but we don't use it much. And generally, Fenton, when we use that word, we're actually referring to someone that we like. Seriously, in Australia, if you use the C word, so if I go, Rich, you're a good C word, that's mateship. We like each other. We appreciate each other. But if I go, Rich, mate,
you're
in trouble.
Yeah.
Them's fighting words.
Or
It's always back to front. We're upside down here.
if something really funny happens, you go, "Oh, you funny."
Yep, C word.
It's
And that's because we have an appreciation of the C word and everything that it entails. We like it. We're fans.
Yeah.
That may be the reason.
We also have to behave because our good friend Richard is a very, very ethical man.
What's the word for it?
Good. I'm a good boy.
Good boy. Right.
That's piss weak. That is so piss poor.
Ladies' handbag.
Okay, now do you
I've literally been called that by my boss.
No.
Yes.
That's awful.
Well, she saw me as her own sort of son, and she's trying to be funny in front of the women's leadership group.
Oh,
so
no.
I'm busy. This is at a university, and I'm setting up the IT for her to run her women in leadership group, and I'm getting the video ready to play. And she goes, "Oh, don't mind him, ladies. He's just my handbag."
That's a bigger insult than like anything else we've mentioned so far tonight.
Yeah, that's about as bad as it gets. Call me all the other words, and it's great. But whew.
Well, the only bigger one than that would be big girl's blouse.
Oh, big girls, but don't. I got in trouble for saying that. Rich, did I miss the conversation with
Yes.
Neil?
Probably.
Can you play a little bit at the beginning? Can you do that or not? Can you play that just intro for Neil deGrasse?
We can, yeah.
I'm happy to be distracted once more. I quite enjoy this video.
This just before Rich plays the atheist perspective, and anyone else, try that again. Anyone else listening, this is what we play to the intro to all of our podcasts. Have done for probably 8-9 months, because it's a really interesting thing that Neil deGrasse, who is the flavour of the month right around the world, talks about. Well, it's self-explanatory. We'll play it then and see what you think.
I don't have the just the version of it. Oh, let's just play it and then stop it. Oh no, we've got the countdown. I can't play it right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Without the countdown?
Yeah.
Can you play the shortest countdown, or is that?
If only you had God on your side, it would be easier.
I do. He's just judging you.
That escalated quickly. Yeah, can't do it. Hang on, Fenton saying, "Big girl's blouse. I don't want to know what it is. I'm just going to say it now." Okay, so you know what it is. It's a classic Australian. If some guy's chickening out of doing something, he's not being macho enough, you go, "Mate, don't be a big girl's blouse." Now, I said that on air and I got in trouble.
Ooh, you would do.
Because
was it for the big girl bit or was it the blouse bit?
It's to do with, it's demeaning in any way, shape, or form to a woman. But it's not talking about a big girl per se. It's talking about the blouse, and it's an English saying that goes back way back. And I got some clarification on it. But either way, it's really hard to say and get away with it.
Well, we've got to come up with a new one. How about you're a round corduroy pants?
How dare you?
Yes.
You swoosh when you walk.
Blast you, you damn bastard.
You double denim demon.
Oh, I've worn triple denim.
You have
It's
not.
a brave man who
Or was
does
that when you had big hair?
No, this is like when I was in radio 6 years ago. I'm one of the few people to wear triple denim to work.
Radio has a lot to answer for.
So you might be wondering, how could you wear? Well, my shoes were denim, my pants were denim, my shirt was denim. And I looked like a right fucking horn bag, I've got to tell you.
Horn bag? You were a horn bag?
I was a horn bag.
I think you should explain that one as well.
Well, I probably need to show a photo.
Go on then.
I don't know if I've ever.
Thank you, Atheist Perspective. I'm sorry that we kind of interluded.
Things
Well,
are.
Let me just close the loop on a couple of things Atheist Perspective said before he goes, just to point towards, oh yeah, look, that hair.
That's
That is
me.
brilliant, actually.
That guy.
Second from the right.
Guy with the big hair, all that hair, and it was all his. It's just unfortunate he didn't keep any of it.
If you're trying to figure out, that's one there. That's me there.
Oh.
I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you should be.
All right. Sorry, Rich. Go on, mate.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, just to close the loop on a couple of things Atheist Perspective said, I really enjoyed his input. So don't feel like, you're not, we're not enjoying it. But what I will say is just to throw something back your way for your consideration. I'm a Christian. I'm a believer. I'm actually a monist myself. I think any other conception of ontology that is pluralist actually falls apart. It can't logically hold together. So I'm right there with you. It's the death knell to a lot of conceptions of God, just not the classical conception of God that, the best of classical religions hold. So, yeah, good on you. Excellent hearing from you. And, yeah, looking forward to having you join us next week. Sort of. Oh, while Pete's gone, we might as well. Lord Helmut. That's awesome. Open question. So all religion predates modern astronomy. Religion, well, not really. There's some. The Baha'i faith is 100 years old. Religion seems to assume that all existence is confined to our planet, but we have learned that we are insignificantly small in the universe. Yeah, I think that is a feature of some of the old religions. We carry a lot of, like Christianity carries a lot of pre-modern baggage along with it. Oh, there you are. Ambiguous pluralism works for me. Who's that profile picture? That guy looks dodgy. Do you think that God is much greater than what we assumed 2,000 years ago? You'd hope so. In fact, Lord Helmut, I would say, if you're talking about the classical theist conception of God, any way of even thinking about it has to be finite and will have to fall short of infinity. So, it's just by definition, yes. Neutral, moist. Similar to Spinoza. May the Schwartz be with you. Amen, Fenton. That's exactly what I thought when I saw that picture.
Look, I don't know what's going on with this thing here. I go out of the room for 2 seconds and look what happens. It's disgusting. Lord Helmut, have we checked this one yet?
Yeah. We had a chat with Lord, and we just loved it.
Okay. Wow. Jason Jordan, who the hell's that?
I don't know.
Don't know. Looks younger than me, though.
Ambiguous pluralism sounds like a dick to me. Do you think that God is much greater than what we assumed 2,000 years ago? That is a really interesting question, isn't it? Because it's multifaceted, and in that there were limitations back then. I'm not sure there are any limitations now. We can apply to whatever we like, because we do understand that there is no God up there who's actually questioning and trying to direct our beliefs, which makes me think even more that God is not real, because if God was real, would he not have some impact on our lives in 2025 to direct us into the right area? Or
Oh yeah, no, 100%, because I'm on the podcast with you.
Absolutely. And the very fact that Love Island exists is definite proof that God does not.
Okay, that's the strongest argument we've heard all night.
I can't have the voice thing. Spinoza, yeah. May the Schwartz be with you.
You've got to do it in this order. May the Schwartz be with you.
Why am I hiding?
And then
I see your Schwartz is as big as mine.
Guys, I thought I was denigrating this podcast enough without your help. And here's another newie. AFS, greater in our understanding or greater in God's defined abilities.
I think that's referring to Lord Helmet's question.
If anyone out there wants to understand about what it's really like in Australia, there's a film called The Castle.
Oh, yeah. It's
an Aussie classic. It's as Aussie as you can get. And there's a line in there about a guy, a European gentleman who wants to no, it wasn't him. It was someone else who wants to put up some money for something. Anyway, look, there's a line in there going, get your hand off it, Daryl.
Yeah.
If you can wrap your head around to saying, get your hand off it, Daryl, you're there.
Yeah, I bought a copy of The Castle on DVD. That went straight in the pool room.
It did, absolutely. That's where mine is. Greg, understanding you're AFS, Lord Helmet.
You missed my comment, and it was the most hilarious one of all.
This one, I saw it. I mean, hiding
Sympathia. I'm pre-ontological.
Does that on some level make any kind of sense or not? Is it just complete and utter gibberish?
Well, it's gibberish that has meaning, but it's ontological.
Okay.
He's just getting in on the action.
Yeah, I know. Get your hand off it, Daryl. Greater in our understanding or greater in God's defined abilities. We already had that from Lord. Lord Helmet, could you define what greatness you are identifying? What the hell was that? Oh, The Castle! Friggin'
hey.
You know what? The people out there,
serenely.
I don't think anyone who's commenting tonight are actually from Australia. You watch The Castle, I guarantee you have no idea what the hell it is about, but it is a ripper. Like the life and death of stars, black holes, gravity, all the work of God, and God is not limited to our planet. Lord Helmet? Use the hospital.
Hey, Rowie, I'm gonna leave you to wrap up this thing in however long you want to keep chatting.
It's only 11 o'clock. Don't be such a coward.
I know. I just looked there and I had two thoughts. First of all, I've got to work tomorrow, and second of all, when I leave there, my wife's gonna have a piece of me. So
yeah, well,
that sounds exciting.
That's all right.
That's why I've got to go.
Then I salute you, sir.
Happy to sign off, Rich. Thank you so much for your help, mate. Well, good as always.
It was a brilliant episode. Brilliant.
What crazy
people.
Yeah.
Well, enjoy the next however long you keep chatting with the crew.
8 o'clock in the morning, we'll probably wrap it up.
Yeah,
that's all right.
Good.
We are going to speak to Dustman.
Thanks, Rich.
See ya.
Cheers, man. Take it easy. But that is Rich, the man that actually, started up this podcast with me. My nephew-in-law. I just got out of religion at that particular stage when we started talking on Facebook, and out of that was born this particular podcast. And wow, it's gone crazy. It has gone crazy. Let's just continue on with some of these comments. Considering the size of the universe, if there is a God, we are just God's little experiment. Yeah. I don't agree with that, but that's okay. Lord Helmet, is your question, have God abilities? God's abilities grow if we describe God's abilities as our ability to understand them, then I'd purpose God's capacity.
If he is infinite, how can he have gotten more infinite?
I can't see you again, Jace. We've gone through this.
I'm here and I'm watching YouTube up on the big screen at the same time, and it's definitely there.
Okay, I've got you now because I've changed this.
But I like that framing. That's nice.
It's all right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Didn't realise what a hunky man you were.
Oh, you, mate, and you. Woo.
I changed that. I've changed that. I'm going to go back to this because you're at least there. I love the name Lord Helmet. I always have coffee when I watch Radar. What the fuck's that supposed to mean?
I always have coffee when I watch Radar.
Radar. You mean Radar from...
I don't know.
Anyway. Hang on, Fenton. I'm surrounded by assholes. Choice. Ha ha ha.
Of course we've seen Spaceballs.
There are different sizes of infinity. That's hilarious. That's a raspberry. There's only one. AFS, what the number of points between 0 and 1 is smaller than the number of points between 0 and 100. Wow, that is so profound. Have you guys not seen Spaceballs? Yes, we have. Long time ago.
Absolutely.
Infinite yogurt. Another one.
Yogurt. Set the ship to ludicrous speed.
Who are all you people? Aaron Cruz. Wow, okay. Lone Star. I need to hire a full-time person, Jace, to keep up.
Social media person. You cannot hate yogurt. No one hates yogurt. You can hate that other one. What's that drink? That kombucha. You're allowed to hate that one because that's awful.
What's wrong with yogurt? I love yogurt.
Yogurt's great. And what's that other one? The mango lassi where you put yogurt and mango. Oh, it's so good. So good.
Unless you're in England, then it's yogurt.
Yogurt.
Aaron, I hate yogurt. True.
Who hasn't heard of yogurt anyway? Yogurt the wise. Yogurt the all-powerful.
Even with strawberries. So I think
Yogurt the magnificent.
We've kind of lost our focus. Yes, even with yogurt with strawberries is the bee's knees. Or in Australia, we say the duck's nuts. It's a ripper. It's a ripper, mate. Fair dinkum. It is an absolute ripper.
Please. Don't make it fuss. Just plain yogurt is fine. All right. So no more.
No, I don't like Greek plain yogurt. It's boring as batshit. So, okay. Here we are. I've got the beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. I've got the beeps, the sweeps, and the creeps. Good on you, Fenton. Thank you so much for sharing. We're so much more knowledgeable after the what, and the what.
I'm a more I'm my own best friend.
Jason, I think what's happening now.
How did you get Spaceballs from the title of this video? I don't know. But we have a stunning variety of visitors this evening. It's fantastic. I'd love to know where they came from, Pete.
They won't tell us. They will not tell
Lord Helmet. Lord Helmet.
All of you.
Identify thyself. Where did you come from? How did you find us? Aaron Cruz, the same.
Forget about
North Carolina.
Who's North Carolina?
Excellent. But how did you find us, Aaron Cruz? How did you come across us?
We need to know where they came across us and why. And are you enjoying listening to a bunch of Aussie dickheads?
With a few roos loose in the top paddock.
That's it. A couple of spanners missing in the toolbox. Okay.
A couple of wheels short of a semi.
That's it.
I'm my own best friend. Oh, that's nice. Self-sufficient.
You're looking at what?
Okay. I found you based on a YouTube suggestion when I searched for Andromeda. That is unusual. So did we pop up in like suggestions or? I mean, I don't think we've ever said anything about Andromeda. I'm fairly certain.
I don't have no idea what Andromeda means in this context. What is NC exclamation?
North Carolina, I think.
Erin, here's a way of finding out where you're from. Is NC called with NC exclamation point or exclamation mark? Ha ha ha. Found you based on YouTube suggestion when I searched for Andromeda. Andromeda, lol. Okay. I'm my own best friend. You're our best friend too, Fenton. Brother.
I am your brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate.
You got me with the title. We did?
Oh, the title of the show.
What show?
Tonight's episode. Did Neil deGrasse Tyson just prove God doesn't exist? But that said, we may have got you with that title, but how did you come across that title? Did it appear just on your homepage or anything?
That's a good question because we're just a bunch of simple Aussie blokes in Australia doing the podcast, and we have no idea. Just like this has just suddenly gone bang, massive tonight, bang, the most we've ever had, and we don't know why. Is it because we're partly naked, or is it, is that it?
I'll have you know, Pete.
Yes.
See what I'm wearing here?
Yes.
Did you know that underneath this,
You're naked.
completely naked? Yeah,
Love it.
I am.
Yeah. No, I know. I've seen you.
Do you want to see?
No.
You sure?
Please don't. You showed.
It's a missed opportunity.
You showed us your tat before, and that was.
Well, how about I just type? I'll just type my OnlyFans page into the chat.
No, please. AFS, the assertion is that God now does not restrict his control to earth. I don't fundamentally agree with the God hypothesis. The written God does not seem to grow in power. That seems like a bit of a contradiction. You're saying the assertion is that God now does not restrict his control to earth. Is that your belief? I don't fundamentally agree with the God hypothesis. The written God, as far as I'm concerned, there is no God, and I want someone to prove me different. Minnesota, US. There we go. Minnesota from AFS. Most of our people on podcast are from America. Minnesota. That's a newie for us. That is fantastic. Aaron Cruz, so I was watching QCD science stuff. Now here I am. What does that mean? What is QCD? I hate.
Actually, Lord Helmet, it's been proven there's no such thing as gravity. What the reality is that the Earth sucks. I'm any Northeast Florida. I'm your father's brother's nephew's cousin's former roommate. You're hilarious. That's what you are. It's Her Royal Highness matched luggage. The fuck is wrong with you people? What kind of? Excuse me. I'm trying to conduct a wedding here. Just it's got nothing to do with love. Quiet.
Another one. Yahweh's servant. The laws of physics prove God. The beginning of the universe proves creation. Explain thyself, please, because I don't think that bears any weight whatsoever. I think you are 100% wrong, Yahweh's servant. But please let us know. Lord Helmet, I get the feeling we could quote this in time. No doubt. Please don't. You idiots, you've captured their stunt doubles.
Now we'll show him. We'll show him who's in charge of this galaxy.
This is crazy. Aaron Cruz, no, not because of your tank top. It's not a. Come on, it's not that bad. Oh yeah, one of the only VHS I had as a kid. Whoa.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it.
You know what's really confusing, Jace, about these names of these people? It really doesn't tell us who they are as far as their gender.
No, that's true.
Aaron Cruz to me, actually I won't say because it might be insulting, but I'm just trying to guess who.
I think they're only here for our incredible good looks, Pete.
Yeah, well, there's nothing else for them to be here for. Lord Helmet, what if God is gravity since everything in the universe exists solely because of gravity? Lord Helmet, undo your helmet. It's too tight.
Too tight.
This is still me trying to understand a question put forward by Lord Helmet, which was, I don't know, why didn't you tell me my ass was so big? Jesus.
I hadn't noticed, Fenton. You didn't get it on screen.
Quantum chromodynamics. In
Yeah.
Australia, we say get your hand
Well,
off
that's
the
true enough.
false.
They better buckle up back there. We're going into hyperspace now.
The existence of gravity is just not understood. There is certain. We're not even talking about God anymore. 1, 2, 3,
Yeah, but
4,
God
5.
is gravity.
Well, only by default. Read some astronomy books full of gravity. Atoms exist because of gravity. Stars exist because of gravity. Black holes, galaxies. Every atom other than hydrogen was forged in the heart of a dying star. Lord Helmet, if you've got some evidence that God exists, let me know. Otherwise, stop wasting my time.
Oh, the human eyeball. Hey, the human eyeball is evidence that God exists.
I know. AFS, religion as an emergent property seems the only proof for believers, but the emergent property of non-belief also occurs. Boom tish. Is that the last one? No. This is going to continue on. Do you think God is much greater than we assume? 2000? That was a question from before. I don't think there's such a thing as God, AFS, so you're asking the wrong person. There is no evidence, no proof whatsoever that you can show me that there is a God. None, zero. And the burden of proof is on you to back up the claim you make, which there is a God. I don't have to have any proof whatsoever because I don't believe. However, if you can prove it, I'm all for it, mate. I'm happy to have a God.
Oh, it'd be great. I'd love that.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
But sincerely, Pete, I think I've mentioned once before, I would genuinely love it if God would reveal himself to me so that I could become a believer. Because wouldn't it be nice to externally attribute all of your responsibilities and your morality? And you can kind of go, I don't have to think for myself. I can just follow the good word. As long as I follow the good word.
Yeah. Which
Which also means I can go around flipping the tables of bankers because they're lending money at the serious rates.
Correct. Fenton got me crying, laughing. Were we actually being funny? That's nice to know. Lord Helmet, not wasting your time, just a thought. If God exists, his work is done using the power of gravity. Fuck, he's stuck on gravity. If we truly don't understand gravity, we could assume that God's tool for creating. What is the thing about gravity, Lord Helmet? And you're not wasting our time at all, mate. We are here because we want to
God's
engage.
definitely not a man, Lord Helmet. Definitely not a man.
Who?
The final comment at the moment. No.
Oh.
Where's it gone? Yeah, there we go. The final comment, 2307.
I don't know where you are.
If you go to the very last comment in the feed. So you're on the second last one at the moment. So I can't post it, unfortunately. That's it.
That one. What if God is not a man as we portray? Oh, God.
Well, you know, Pete, the way they portray God, right, wearing a flowing gown,
Yes.
is that not a form of cross-dressing?
Very possibly. I have no. Okay. As a person who doesn't believe there is a God, to me, the gender is irrelevant. Not it, not deity, not man, not woman, not it, not thing, not whatever. I don't believe there's such a thing. I could possibly force myself to believe that there is a creator. But what happens when we decide that there is a creator? We then think, let's make him into or hit into whatever we want. So all of the gods that ever existed have been given descriptions of who they are from us. Outside of your imagination, God does not exist. It only exists within our imagination. And every God that we create just by going, there's a God in the. Okay, there's a God up there. What was that thunder? Don't know what that was. Okay, there's a God. There's a God that created that thunder. Let's call him Thor. And here's all the things attributed to Thor. Thor's not up there going, that's pretty freaking wicked. I don't mind having all those things attributed to me. He doesn't exist. It's only what we created. And then the next God comes along and we do the same. And the next and the next. And it jumps from country, from Greece to whatever, all the way through. And suddenly, for some obscure reason, there was another God created in the minds of people in an iron age, little place, isolated from the rest of the world. We created the God. We created the man on earth to come down from God called Jesus, and we're stuck on that. And it's no more real than every other God we've created for answers. There is no answers that are necessary. We don't need to answer them. So to create a God, it's complete. It's crazy. And I don't mean by that you're crazy. I mean, I got sucked into it for 25 years, so I'm as crazy as anyone for believing it. But I needed it. I believed it. And then when I stood back from it and went, let's look at the proof and let's actually balance this up.
But did it make you a better person, Pete?
No, I was exactly the same person before I became a Christian.
But nothing changed?
Zero. I always helped. I stopped and helped people. I gave them money. I did everything I could possibly do. Then I became a Christian. I did the same. Then I stopped being a Christian. I did the same. Nothing.
So
changed.
Nothing about the church taught you to do stuff worse than what you do today?
No, in fact, it just taught me shit that didn't actually work and wasn't real, like prayer and healing and casting out demons and stuff. And for those people who are of the Pentecostal.
Oh, the blah, 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 blah.
Correct. Talking
That's
in
not...
tongues. Yeah.
Right.
Nothing actually made me a better person. And life should be about the journey of making yourself a better person, which you talk about. Let's just jump back on this for a sec, Jace. She's Jewish. Who? What? I don't understand. Another one, DBK, an atheist to believe in a pastor walk into a bar, even though theists pretend they are deferring to their imaginary magic man. It's still them, their ops, their tudes, their hate. An atheist to believe, that's our podcast, I said, believe in a pastor walk into a bar, even though theists pretend they are deferring to their imaginary. Yeah, well, yeah.
Well, they've all gone, Pete, so I'll be the atheist, but you're going to have to be both the believer and the pastor.
Lord Helmut, God gave us a shelf life. Our star, the sun, will go supernova in 5 billion years, about the time Andromeda Galaxy will emerge. But yeah, that's right.
And I care about that, but it's pretty far down on the list of priorities.
Yeah, correct. Fenton and the old anthropopic boys.
Yeah.
Fenton might be funny. She doesn't look Jewish. I don't know where they're getting that from. I think everyone agrees Norse mythology is cool. Norse mythology is cool. It's as unbelievable as anything else. Only in the Marvel universe, Aaron Cruz is backwards. I'm saying Aaron. I don't even know whether that's the correct pronunciation. I'm glad I found y'all. New subscriber, Aaron. Bring that shit on.
Round of applause.
Well done. I'm glad I found y'all. That gives us a little bit of an indication of where you come from. You might be one of those cocaine hookers, my friend. Cocaine hookers. Texas, maybe. Don't know. This is so cool. DBK, an atheist to believe the pastor walked into the bar. Swami Ramakrishna, the form of Ishtar Devi, is a vessel shaped by the love. If someone can please explain to me what all of that is.
It's counterproductive, right? When religious folk post this kind of stuff, it's counterproductive because ordinary folk go, dude, that's messed up.
DBK, I have no idea what it is you're trying to say to us. Do you know, I used to have a marketing company. It's called Wow Marketing in Australia. And my whole message was show and tell for 10-year-olds. In other words, the message, if you aim at 10-year-olds, everyone else will get it. If you aim at adults, the 10-year-olds won't get it. But if you aim it for 10-year-olds, everyone will get it. An atheist to believe, I don't understand what that means, and I'm really interested. Thank you so much for putting that message on. But just tell us what you mean. They need to watch Spaceballs and watch this. I'm dying. I've never watched Spaceballs, seriously. 47/M, Aaron Cruz. Did I ask a question? Jace, anything? Does that mean anything?
47 male, just telling us what he is.
In relation to what?
I think before we were asking for some background on who they are and where they've come from.
Yeah, what does 47/M mean?
Male, 47 years old and male.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's shorthand for it. It's conventional. Internet lingo.
I'm too old.
Yeah, there's always that.
I apologise, audience. I am a lot older than most of you. I've just turned 68, even though I know what you're thinking. He's 51 max.
No way is he older. He's got a face like a baby's bum. Needs to be smacked.
That's right. Anyway, I am a lot older than. Just give me a fucking break. Come on. New subscriber here too, Lord help.
Woo!
Guys. What's going on tonight? I don't know what's happened. Seriously, I prayed to God that this would happen, that our podcast would become so much
It's
more
my new jacket, mate. It's my new jacket.
Do you know what I think it is? I think it's not having Luke and Suresh on just right.
That's true.
This is great. You guys, seriously, you have made our day. We're just a bunch of lowly, out of work, unemployed, broke Aussie blokes. Actually,
I'm not unemployed. I'm retired.
I'm retired and he's frigging loaded. So there you go. Yeah, if you go onto your map of Australia and have a look at the left-hand side, most of it's called Western Australia. Go right down the bottom and you'll see a place called Albany and you'll see the Parongarups. And someone owns that entire area. It's about 700,000 square kilometres. That's this guy to my right.
You do what you can.
Into Arabic is actually Albany.
You got to conserve the land. You got to make it stay nice and revegetate. Put back what the farmers took away, and when they increase the salinity, putting back the vegetation. It's hard work.
Anyway, someone's
got to do it.
One of the things you'll know about Aussie blokes is that we talk a lot of bullshit, and that was it right there. What? So, ish tadivi is a term for God. Whatever, Trevor. Okay, it's cool. This guy's great, especially that. Who's this Jason Jordan guy? What a wanker. Shill. Seriously, if you people don't start talking Aussie, we've got no. Lord Helmut, I attended a Hare Krishna lecture and they said that no religion has the whole truth, but they all have a portion of the whole. Yeah, like blind men trying to describe an elephant. That's off. Yes, well done, Lord Helmut. I've heard that before. It's very true. Ramakrishna was a famous spiritual teacher to billions in Santmat. Sorry, you're ignorant of the Santana Dharma religious complex it's used, but I know who said we're ignorant of it? GBK. Learn some manners. Be nice. Yes, I subscribe to the guitars in the new jacket. The guitars in the background and your new jacket, Jace.
Oh, it's a cracker.
Yeah, there are many guitars behind me. I play many guitars. I have done for a long time. bit of a legend in my own lunchtime, just in case.
In that case,
Lord Helmet, all the Santana and Rama religions subscribe to pluralism. Okay.
Michael row the boat ashore.
Hallelujah.
I would never do that to you.
No, but you just did. DBK, another good take on it.
Isn't this just a rehearsal?
Oh man, I looked at comments, just wow.
Unfortunately, Peter, as much as I've enjoyed myself this evening, I have to go. I have a phone call that I have to take.
It's
I
only
can't be late.
3:07. Yeah, it's okay. I'm going to stick around until all of these lovely people get sick of me. Lord Helmet, the elephant allegory from the Upanishads, what is that? Later repiped by, oh God.
How does it go? I love you all.
Yeah.
I love you all. All of you people in the channel. I love you all. Notice I haven't extended my fingers because we know what we saw.
Thanks, Muskie.
I gotta go.
Thanks, Muskie. Thanks, Jace.
Catch you guys later. Please come back. We'll see you next week.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Catch you next Wednesday, Jace. I as much as I hope that you guys are going to stick around, wow. I have to bail. I'm working. This was a great breakthrough. Thanks, guys. I can't wait for your next podcast. Lord Helmet, thank you so much, man. We're here next Wednesday. Same time. It's a Australian Western Standard Time. So for us, it's a Wednesday. For you, depending on where you are. If you're in the States, it's a Tuesday. But 8 o'clock, Australian Western Standard Time, every Wednesday, broadcast live on YouTube. We will be here. I hope you can join us. Thank you so much for your input. I'm sticking around, by the way, but if you have to bail, just quickly before you go, let us know what you do. Where are you and what work do you do? If you don't want to tell us that, I get it, but we just love to know the intricacies of the people that we're talking to. It's a weird thing for us. I started this podcast. It's my podcast, and to be able to connect with so many amazing people around the world is like, it's mind-boggling. It really is. So if you just want to disappear and go to work, mate, we appreciate it. But if you want to let us know who you are and where you're working and doing what do you do? What sort of work are you doing? It's not about us. It's about everyone. Cool. Thank you so much, Lord Helmet. DBK, bravo for calling out the NZI Musk. Oh, well, yeah. What a dick. Seriously. What's it? Yeah. He fits beautifully, doesn't he? I loved the shot of Trump and behind him, Musk, Zuckerberg, and Bezos, or whatever his freaking name is. What a joke. What a joke. None of those people actually doing anything to help the world, just increasing their bank accounts, and they could do so much. Can you imagine having the amount of money and what you could do? Instead, they do their own little private things. I don't know what Zuckerberg does, but I mean, Musk is very out there. So is Bezos, as well as, sticking rockets up in the sky. For what reason? Now, that's okay to develop rockets and send people up into space. There's nothing wrong with that. But if that's all you do as a filthy rich person, and for Trump to put his oligarchs behind him like that, the three people that wouldn't piss on Trump if he was on fire, suddenly we're behind him, because we know if we're not behind him, he will try and burn us and hurt us. But if we suck up to him, he will make our lives so much easier. It's just the most disgusting example of a group of people governing America, the once great America. When I was growing up, it claimed to be the greatest country in the world, and it proved and lived as being that. The amount of incredible people who invented, who created, it's gone. It's gone. And it's got the ultimate dick as their leader to absolutely grind them into oblivion. Like all great nations have fallen, America's next. I don't see how it can't happen. Trump is not the answer. Trump is the question. Let's have a look at a few more comments. It's eerie to see Musk do that as an American. Yeah. I mean, not that it's an influence on his heritage, of course, but I don't know. As an African, yeah, I mean, look, I don't think it's any surprise. He had nothing to do with the beginnings of Telstra. He didn't create it. He's jumped on board and has ridden. He's clever. He's like Trump. He can turn nothing into something because of his manipulative bullshit and being a con man. And Musk, when he first came out, man, I loved him. He's creating an electric car. He's changing the world. He's promising this, promising that. Now he's just a freaking con man, just an absolute con man who fits beautifully into the back pocket of Trump, along with Zuckerberg and Bezos. I mean, wow. Fenton, we don't know how big the demographic that is down with that is. They hide well. Okay. Musk getting owned on faking his gaming skills is hilarious, though. It's the problem when you get that big and you get that rich, you think you can fool everyone, don't you? And all they've got to do is look at Trump. There's only one thing I'm not admire about him that we'll credit him for, and that is his ability to con people, to win that election by such an amazing margin. At least we won't have to see him, or at least we didn't have to see him claim that he was hard done by, that it was rigged. I feel sorry for the people of America. I really do. I can't see how this is going to end well. And for us in Australia, we have to also consider the impact that his rule is going to have on us. Scary. It really is scary. He is, in my view, an out-of-control maniac. And we know what impact they can have on the world. DBK. Back in the 60s when CEOs had engineering degrees and paid 90% corporate tax. Seems like it died with the Kennedys. Yeah, well, I agree. I agree entirely. We're talking about this last week, the week before last with Fenton, who's just put another comment on about the former presidents of the United States. Could you imagine? You'd have to go back a reasonable way to try and find a president who was as bent. I mean, you can name any of them. I don't think, had the world not gone the way it had gone, I don't think Trump had a chance of being a real president. I don't think anyone would have voted for him if you go back. I mean, even, one of the most unpopular presidents, George Bush Jr., I mean, he was a bit of a twat, but there was a fair way to go down, wasn't there, to get to Trump. And the people of America have just wanted something to give them hope. And does Trump represent that hope? No, I don't think he does. He represents a con of that hope. He's made all the marginalized people of America feel special and feel that there's hope. They've got a leader who cares about them, who never talks about how to fix unemployment or the healthcare system, never talks about all of those things. My guess is he won't do anything about it because he doesn't actually give a shit about anyone except himself. So somehow he's going to try and come up with a solution for America that both makes him seem like an amazing human being and makes him money and makes him popular, not about making people of America actually better off. Anyway, Fenton says yep to what? I can't remember. Papa Bush caused quite a bit of damage. I wasn't defending him at all. No, George Bush and his dad. Look, the criticisms of every single president there's ever been, from Jefferson through to Reagan and Bush and Clinton, all sorts of, they've all had their foibles. But they had things that they did which could be considered good and constructive to America. Trump's not a president. Trump's not even a decent human being. He's not a decent man. Everything he's done and hasn't really bothered to hide behind is embarrassing. He's not even ashamed of the person he is. He's a manipulative, dishonest. He has very little things about him that you could ever hold up and say, look what he did. For us in Australia, we, for the most part, just see him as being just a vile, lying, self-centered, self-serving, dishonest. I seriously can't think of anything good about him. Anything I admire in him as a human being. It's just not there. And yet there have been so many American presidents. I'm old enough to remember the days of, JFK. Just, wow. Such a different human being. And there's been so many good presidents along the way. Obama, I think, was an amazing, straight, honest man who did his best. Clinton had moments. He had moments. But there's not a lot to be proud of. And people say, oh, you're in Australia, what difference does it make? Well, it makes a big difference because we've been an ally to that country for a hell of a long time. And I cannot imagine why Trump would have any reason to actually have us as close-knit allies as we have always been since, oh my God, so long ago. It's always been, because we're such a small country with small military, we've always relied on America as an ally. We in Perth here in Western Australia, we'd always have the SS Vincent, I can't remember the name of it now. All of the naval ships coming into our Garden Island to spend time R&R in Perth, and close-knit relationship with Americans, sailors, the Navy, always on and on for years and years and years. And now I'm not sure that we can actually rely on America. I don't think that's not Trump's style. What's in it for him? Nothing. So then why? Did DBK ever see a comedy called Idiocracy? Trump's WWE celeb idiot who said, say, no, I haven't. No, I haven't. I will look it up though. I will definitely look it up. That sounds amazing. Fenton, I think an element of why it's so different now is that we have so much media exposing everything politicians do. Absolutely, by God. We didn't have this level of access before. Hope it ends up draining the actual swamp. So true, my God. I mean, I'm older than most of you people. I was born in 1957. I'm 68. And I remember a time where you just really didn't know, see, hear, or look at things from around the world as they were happening. Never. In 1950, around 59, 60, 61, I remember seeing a picture of a digital watch in a magazine and could not believe that such a thing could be possible. That's the era where we knew nothing, saw nothing. Now everything is instantaneous, everything. And you can contribute to making it instantaneous or just watch the rest of the world feeding you stuff. It's, unless you've been of the old school and then come into this, it is crazy. It is so hard to navigate. It really is incredibly hard to navigate. I'm pretty tech savvy. I remember back 25, 30 years ago when Photoshop first was introduced, having a little business doing stuff on Photoshop. So I know that kind of stuff, but the rest of it, it's crazy. It really is. Prescomancho. I don't know what that means. I don't speak Spanish. And you need to explain yourself, Fenton. Black Atheist Rant. Here's another one. Just tuned in, popped up on my homepage. Black Atheist Rants. Welcome, brother. Mate, it is so good to have you on board. You probably have no idea what we're talking about. And I'll come back to you and explain in a sec. I like your content, Black Atheist Friends. The algorithm has been pushing me a lot. Okay, I've never seen it. I'm really interested. I want to check it out. I really want to check it out. You need to watch it. I will. Give me a break. Just talked about it, mate. Let me. Fentimali, I used to say Bush Jr. was an incompetent compared to Papa Bush. Now Bush Jr. seems downright competent compared to Trump. It's like no matter how bad it gets, it's still worse. Look, it's hard. I've followed American politics for a long time, but only on a superficial level. I hate all politicians. They're all bullshit artists. I don't care. It's all about themselves. It's all about winning the next election. Even in Australia, they're all the same. Politics worldwide, all the same. It's self-interest. It's winning the next election. It's power. It's money. It's greed. It's corruption. It's just bullshit. They're all complete and utter twisted assholes to me. In spite of a few people involved in worldwide politics being okay people. We've got a big band in Australia called Midnight Oil. They played in America quite a bit. You might have heard of them. And the lead singer was a guy called Peter Garrett, who all of their songs were about Aboriginal rights and human rights, and all of their songs were politically based and deep and meaningful. So the lead singer, Peter Garrett, decided to get into politics with the Labor Party in Australia. There's two major parties, Labor and Liberal, and there's others, Greens and etc. But he got in there to try and make an actual real difference as a human being within the political system, and they just burned him. he failed and disappeared and then came back with the bad midnight oil again. But I'm sure a lot of politicians do get into politics to try and make a positive impact, but most of them get chewed up and spat out because they become a part of the system or you just don't exist. They're vile. They're no longer public servants. They are superior to everyone. None of them ever experienced the kind of poverty and homelessness that people in our country do. They've no idea. They're always wealthy. They're always employed. They're always okay. And these are supposed to be public servants, and they're not. So, yeah, Bush Jr. was certainly incompetent. I wouldn't have said he was compared to Papa Bush, but then again, we don't know an awful lot of the complexities of American politics. Most people in Australia don't give a shit about Australian politics because we know they're all arseholes who can't be trusted. So that comment, I'll take it on face value, DBK. Fenton, I wish we had some Bush Jr. tweets. The laughs. Oh, he was hilarious. You've got a couple of fantastic impersonators in America who do a great George Bush Jr. His name will come back to me. I'll talk about him in a sec. Black Atheist Rants. No, I came in late. Oh, good brother. Thank you to Fenton Mully. Fenton's a champion. I missed the part about Tyson. If you already mentioned it, okay. Can I'll just fill you in. We start this podcast, and I'd play it for you if I could every week on a Wednesday night, Australian Western Standard Time, around 8 o'clock. And we talk about. Oh, that's right. My computer crashed. The power went out. Can I find it? Can I find it? Can I find it? Uh-oh. Sorry, I'm just trying to find my... Actually, I've got it here. I printed it out as well. Exactly for this. So the intro to our show is Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, if God is all powerful and all good, why do disease, disasters, and suffering exist? And talks about, let me just, very little spit that's on my fingers. Yeah, I can't actually find the, he talks about if God is all powerful and all good, why do disease, disasters, and suffering exist? And then talking about if these things exist, how can they happen simultaneously? And so that's our intro to every one of our podcasts, and we sometimes elaborate on it. We did that all tonight, so you get a chance to go back and watch the beginning of the podcast, and it will make a whole lot of sense to you. But it's fascinating. Neil deGrasse Tyson, I think, is amazing. We're trying to make the connection between him being a scientist and talking about the Bible, and is he qualified to discuss the talks about the Bible, about God, and how he's all loving and all powerful and stuff like that. So it's really interesting. I hope you get a chance to go back and check it out. So thank you, Black Atheist Rants. As we move on to DBK, Pres Comancho. Was the WWA president form the movie? Haven't we already just talked about this? We thought it was fiction. You'll get a good laugh. Okay, I'll check it out. I will. He has electrolytes. Fenton, Will Ferrell. Huge Will Ferrell fan. Dunny Cavy's Bush was my favourite. Oh, okay. I can't think of the guy. His Bush Jr. is just brilliant. Kind of a rounded face dude, one of the great American impersonators of all time, does a lot of basketball commentators. You'll know who I'm talking about. wow, his name escapes me, but funny. And I'm huge on great impersonators. I do some impersonations myself. It's as I'm a voiceover artist and a radio announcer and a musician. So I love people who can do good podcasts. Impersonations, yeah, as I said, I do quite a lot myself. Frank Caliendo, thank you, Fenton. Absolute Frank Caliendo is one of the best. I grew up watching one of the very first, my God, a long time ago, one of the very first impersonators on American television. Probably would have been on one of the first talkback nighttime show hosts with none other than, forgotten his name again. Oh my God, the king of American talkback back in the day. Fred Trevelino, no. I watched it all my life and I cannot remember his name. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It'll come back to me. Johnny Carson, of course. Rich Little. The very first that I can remember, very first American impersonator. I'm not going to do any now because I've had a bit to drink. And Jack Parr, Carson, Chandra, Fenton, you are the source of all information for us. Politicians are professional liars and users selling PR. Yes, spot on, WK. That is the makeup of politicians. It's funny, they don't even attempt. Look, I can go back to the early politicians of my life. I was born in 1957. Nothing's changed. They've just got better at being sleazeballs. They're not interested in looking after people, not after us. You know, they get paid a lot of money to do good things to help us all, and they really don't. Anyway, let's get away from politics. If you want to talk about it, we've got a new Mary Jane Nelson. Hi, Mary Jane. Thank you for jumping on. Nail is a lemming that thinks gender is however you feel that day. Nail is a lemming that thinks, I don't understand, kind of kicks him out of the trust zone. What do you mean? What? Please explain. Nail is a lemming that thinks gender is however you feel that day. Who is Nail? What is Nail? Don't understand, Mary Jane, but lovely to have you a part of our podcast. Thank you for jumping on. Where are you from? What do you do? What are you up to at the moment? Why are you on a podcast? So I'm in Perth, Western Australia. If you're in America, we're one day ahead. It'll be Tuesday where you are. About to tick over into your Wednesday, into my Thursday, because at the moment it's 10 to 12 on a Wednesday night, Australian Western Standard Time. This is my podcast. An atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. I was Christian for 25 years. I'm no longer. I joined up with a couple of Christian guys and we have this podcast. They've all gone to bed. Why? Because in Australia, we call them wussy boys. They work. I'm retired, so they've gone off. It's been a long night. We started at 8 o'clock. Okay, this is the longest podcast I've ever done. At 10 to 12. That is crazy, but so nice to have you along. Neil is a lemming. That still doesn't help me. Mary Jane, who is Neil? What's in regard to random trans bigotry? They are obsessed. Neil is a lemming that thinks gender is, however, how you feel that day kind of kicks in. Really? Really? I'm not buying that. Mary Jane, you're going to have to give me something more than that. Neil destroyed Ben Shapiro. Well, Ben Shapiro is one of those guys. He's very smart. He's very articulate. I've never bought anything he has said. He's clearly of one-sided dimension, and Neil deGrasse also is unbelievable. I love everything he has to say about science. It's interesting when he moves into talking about God and belief, and he can only, as we mentioned earlier on tonight. So anyone who's watching who missed tonight, just jump on. It's broadcast live on YouTube as it is right now, but the replay will be available as soon as I hit the big stop button up the top. It'll be available. And we start every one of our podcasts with Neil deGrasse Tyson. I wish I could play it for you right now so you can actually hear what he's saying and what this is all based upon. But basically saying, when he's asked to believe in God, yeah, I wish I could play it. But anyway, he talks about God, and I've actually lost the script, which I can't find. I've got a bit of it here, saying God is all powerful and all good. If that is true, then why do disease, disasters, and suffering exist? And if God is all good and all powerful, he doesn't believe that those things can happen simultaneously. Now, that's what he has learned from Christian people that he's talked to. There's no suggestion that he's actually got that from the Bible and why he doesn't agree with it. But that's what the podcast is about tonight. We'll go back, play the beginning, and you'll see his intro and then how this has developed all the way through to where we are now. Patrick Parker, here's another one. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm thinking the later we go, the more people are getting up in the morning in other countries, particularly America, and your time frame fits in with ours. The later we get, the earlier it is for you in the morning. At the moment, it's nearly midnight. All right? On the 29th of January, 2025, it's a Wednesday. Patrick Parker, they prove that God doesn't exist with the discovery of 5 global extinction events that wiped out 75% to 95% of all life each time. I doubt whether that's a proof that God doesn't exist, Patrick. But I appreciate that. If you'd like to elaborate on that a little bit more, that'd be fabulous. Mary Jane back with us again. I was scrolling and seeing Neil. He's not a good person. Look it up because I can't share links. Ben is a C word. We don't say that word necessarily. Mary Jane, not that I don't use it in my normal life being an Aussie bloke. But we also appreciate there are a lot of people here on this podcast who don't appreciate that. So it's easy for us just to leave it out. We're not being prim and honest about the whole language. We're just saying that. But I would like to understand what you're talking about, Neil. He's not a good person. That's a blanket statement that has really very little validity in factual evidence. If you'd like to tell me why you don't think he's a good person, then that's fine. But you can't just make a blanket statement like that and expect us to go, okay, I'm not one of those people who just believes something because someone said something. Then that's a part of what's wrong with the world. And that goes the same for my belief in God. I'm interested in evidence. If you have no evidence for the existence of God, then I have no reason to believe it. Simple. So if you want to say Neil is not a good person, you need to follow it up because the statement means nothing. But I appreciate your comments and please continue to talk to us and tell us what you think. I've got to bail. Have a great week. Fenton, thank you so much for your input again, mate, as always. Really appreciate it. Love what you have to say. Have a great week yourself. And we'll talk to you hopefully next Wednesday, mate. Take care. Cheers. Patrick, because there is simply no way that an omnipotent planner needs 5 resets and simply no way to characterize the 5 resets as omnibenevolent. Mate, I don't understand what that means at all. Let's break it down and keep it simple. I have discovered absolutely no way to square this circle, and I have asked many Christians and never gotten an answer. I believe this is because there is the death below to their hypothesis. Okay. Mary Jane Nelson, Neil poorly articulated his stance. Using CT scans and MRI, we found some brain morphology defects in some transgender fashion. Wow. Okay. Guys, I need to let you know, I need some sort of proof, evidence, factual information about statements. It means nothing to me for you, your opinion to be based upon nothing but your opinion. Anyone can say anything. This is what's wrong with the world and what's wrong with social media. Anyone can say anything about anything and make a statement as if it's true. The problem with that is that so many people don't bother investigating whether it's actually factual or whether it's just someone's opinion. Okay, it's happened with COVID, with anti-vaxxers, with all sorts of shit all around the world, including in my family. People making statements as if it's true and if it's factual. Opinion is not factual. Everyone can have their opinion. Everyone can't have their own facts. Unless you can back it up and prove that it's true and it's real, I'm not interested in hearing about it. I'm not going to spread malicious gossip or accusations about people's characters. I would hate to make people's judgment about my character without knowing me and knowing who I am. And I would expect you to do exactly the same. Okay, let's just be honest and think about the implications of what we're saying and accusing of other people, whether you know them or not. Mary Jane, you'll probably never meet Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I'm not by any stretch of the imagination sticking up for the man. I don't know him personally. I just know the things that he has said, which have rung true with me and what I believe. I'm not about to say he's the be-all, and I'm not about to say he's the end-all or he's the devil. I don't know that stuff, and it's really important for you to remember to just say what you know is true or factual, not what you want to be true and not what you think is true at the expense of some other human being. Okay? It's not about God or religion. It's about being nice and being kind to one another. I'm not on this podcast. I didn't set this podcast up to nail people or to belittle them or to say nasty things for the sake of it. I was a Christian for 25 years. I've been out of it for 13 years, and I have a really interesting story to tell why that happened. If you want to know about it, you want to talk about it, I'm happy to talk about my first-hand experiences. I'm not interested in elaborating on other people's shortcomings or shortfalls or whatever other people have got to say about those people. Not interested. Doesn't benefit anyone. I'm sure you are a lovely person, but please, if you've got some facts, talk about it. If you just want to bag Neil deGrasse Tyson because of something you've heard, that's not helpful. It's not honest. It's not nice. Just be nice. Thank you, DBK. Or, yeah, maybe you're having a go at Mary Jane. I don't know. Mary Jane Nelson, most cry girls run when I come to comment. By Frenton, I don't know what that means. Most cry girls run when I come to comment. By Frenton, is that BYE as in goodbye? I don't know. It's late, everyone's getting confused. DBK again, Mary Jane Nelson, we are used to equating gender and sex, but reality is more ambiguous, the most uncomfortable with. Okay. Neil doesn't need to be a Bible expert to basically quote the problem of evil. Yeah, I can. Yep. Part of me agrees on that. On top of that, if evolution is the most confirmed fact in all of science and it represents some of the coldest good equations imaginable if they put in place of someone. I agree. I subscribe. Well said, Patrick. Yes. It's a fact. It's not a comment or a thesis or an hypothesis. What would a world governed by chance look like that is worse than 5 global extinction events and 10 million children dying every year of hunger and preventable disease and natural disasters? Okay. In other words, what do you imagine this God is exactly contributing? Did he reduce the number of global extinction events down to 5, the children down to 10 million? Patrick, you're asking the wrong person. I don't believe in the existence of a God at all. I'm unconvinced. If God wants to show himself to me, and he certainly would know what it would take for him to convince me that God is real, go for it. If there's no evidence I don't believe that any human being on this planet can give me that will convince me that God is real, that I'm open. You give it your best shot. Not you, but bravo, sir. Is that aimed at me? If so, why? How can I reply if you're leaving? I'm not leaving, Mary Jane. I'm still here. Fenton Mully, good chats. TTYL, yep, good stuff. Neil taught me about our hyperactive agency detector, which explains all spiritual belief in the history of the world. Cool. Excellent. Still continuing on. Open dialogue starts with a statement, though. What statement would you like to open the dialogue, Mary Jane? Open dialogue starts with a statement. No. Yeah, it's a statement based upon truth. Statement isn't a statement because you just make it. It has to have foundation. That's foundation of facts, truth, evidence, knowledge. I'm not interested in hypothesizing about people's ideas and thoughts. It doesn't matter to me. Why does your omniscient planet need 5 resets? How do you characterize 5 resets as I don't know what you're talking about, resets. Patrick, please explain. Mary Jane, what did you gain from all your devotion over the long years of believing? Wow, thank you. That is a really great question. What did you gain? What did I gain? Can I just clarify that? It's a great question, but I want to narrow it down so I don't waste my time or your time talking about stuff that isn't in direct response, as in, do you know what I mean? Like, you can ask a question because you want to know the answer, or you can ask the question to try and catch someone out or whatever. Is your question legitimate? What did you gain from all your devotion over the long years of believing? That seems to me like to be a fantastic question. But can you just elaborate, just clarify it a little more? What did you gain? That's such a long question and such a potentially big answer. What did you gain from all your devotion over the long years? Do you know what? I've been out of Christianity for about 15 years and I was in it for 25. No one's ever asked me that before, Mary Jane. No one has ever asked me that question before. And I would love to know why you're asking that question. What is it you would like to know? Do you know what I mean? There's so many answers to that question depending on where the person's coming from, who's asking it, i.e. you. What did you gain from all your devotion over the long years of believing? Brilliant. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I'm going to disappear for a sec. I just need to quickly go to Lucas. I need to go. It's late. Please think about that, Mary Jane. Please don't go away. Anyone else? I'll be back. Righto. I am back. If you're still watching on YouTube, welcome to this podcast of an atheist, a believer, and a pastor walk into a bar. Just had to have a little bit of a break, but I'm back, and I hope that you are still with us. Life isn't nice, just need to understand that. Yeah, I agree. The sun gives us cancer, 90% of the water is poison. And for most of history, the other 3% would also kill you, whereas the fine tuning and the annual disasters that randomly kill 100. Yeah, that's, I agree, Patrick. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you at all, mate. Plus, it's obvious the universe was not created, since matter cannot be created or destroyed, or something can't come from nothing. Hence, it is eternal. More from Patrick, also talking about a time before time is nonsensical, just as much as the idea of nothing. So time is eternal and space-time is a web. So both are eternal. Wow, that's deep, mate. Okay, it seems like many hundreds of attempts to ask Christians to explain the 5 global extinctions has come up with nothing. Yeah, well, you won't ever get a good answer to that one, I don't think. I just want to know, I'm a life learner. Cool. Is it worth it all or not? Great question. Stop with the good questions. Mary Jane again. Was the juice worth the squeeze? I like you, and I just subscribed, Patrick. Thank you so much. That is so cool. I like what you've got to say too. We've just come up with so many great people tonight. I don't know what's happened tonight. We've been going for over a year. Tonight is absolutely crazy. Thank you so much for subscribing, Patrick. That is awesome. Love to have you on board. Please come back next Wednesday. DBK, did losing belief in a personal God or any God rob you of seeing beauty in life, the universe? Has it robbed your life of meaning? I suspect not. Theism is never the source of meaning. Great question. I'm going to quickly address this one, DBK, and then I'm going to get back to Mary Jane. Or in fact, I'll address both of them in as succinct way as I possibly can. Did losing belief in a personal God or any God rob you of seeing beauty in life? Absolutely not. I was always a caring, loving, helpful person, honest, all my life. In 1988, I became a Christian, and it's a very long story, and I won't go into my story about what happened because it is amazing and it's quite in depth and it's incredible. Some of the things that happened and I experienced, it's wow. I need to write a book about it someday because it's quite incredible. But I always felt there was a God and a need to connect, and then I did, and it fulfilled the love I needed. Because my life is shit, and should I go into it now? It's probably a bit late. Not for you. It is for me. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'll give you the light version, if you like. So life turned to crap. Always believed there was a God, needed to feel loved, reached out, God loved me, found fulfillment, brilliant, got into the church, did that for 25 years. In the last 5 or 6 years of that, started to doubt, having prayed so many times and none of the prayers ever came true, and yada, yada, yada. It was all too much. Decided to get out of it. So I was a good, caring, loving person before Christianity. I was a good, loving, caring person throughout Christianity, and I was a good, loving person when I got out of it. So the real me never changed, no matter how it was packaged. And then about 2 years ago, after putting Facebook posts on about God and religion and trying to deal with the whole atheism thing and listening to Christopher Hitchens and Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris and Daniel Dennett and whatever, trying to figure out whether what I was doing was a real thing and blah, 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 and which it did. And then Richard, who you may have seen tonight, who's my nephew-in-law, who's also a full-on Christian, but very theologically based and very smart. We got to talking and we said, let's get a podcast happening to talk to people who had stepped out of that realm, if you like, of Christianity and dealing with the aftermath of that and trying to understand atheism and stuff. So then we launched the podcast, and a year later, here we go, a huge audience of people around the world interested in this and what we're doing. Just a bunch of Aussie blokes, yet to have a permanent woman as a part of our podcast. Reached out to Eve, was framed a while ago, about a year ago, and she agreed to come on to the podcast in October of last year, and never heard from her since, and has promised over and over again to be a part of it, and has reneged on that, which I think is a real poor form when you're trying to promote people of a self-interest, a similar interest, and so we haven't managed to get her. But at the moment, there's 5 of us, 3 non-believers and a couple of Christians. It has been fascinating talking to people like yourself. So going back to your question, does losing belief in a personal God rob you of seeing beauty in life? Absolutely not. Has it robbed you your life? No meaning lost. theism was never the source of meaning or beauty. Absolutely. So I'm exactly the same person who slipped in. Now, don't make the mistake of thinking this is the journey for everyone. Every single person is totally unique in the way they get into it. I got into Christian ministry and Christian radio. I did so many different things. I am different in myself. I am my own person. You cannot apply any of these things. It's why people try and squeeze everyone into the same box, which is ridiculous because it just doesn't work. We are not all the same. Each of us is wired differently. Each of us has a different interpretation of what even God means. Do you know what I mean? Everyone within the church has a different interpretation. Everyone that reads the Bible has a different interpretation. It's confusing. Let's just jump back into some of the questions and responses that we're getting tonight. Patrick Parker, bravo, sir, indeed. Thanks, but not sure exactly what you're referencing unless it's everything. That comment came well before what I just said, Patrick. So if you want to come back and respond to what I've just said, that may answer it. I hope it does. David says evidence means nothing without at least two competing hypotheses. The competing hypothesis here is that life arose on this planet by sheer chance. That may be true. If that were true, you might expect to see trillions and trillions and trillions of lottery tickets in the garbage can. Don't agree with that. All great, succinct, poignant articulations. Thanks, DBK. Thank you. If planets in the Milky Way galaxy were drops of water, there would be enough to fill up 30. Okay. All the things that I've been discussing here seem to match up perfectly with the chance of hypothesis and make no sense at all. Okay. I'm sorry I'm skipping over this quickly, but there are so many to get through. This is the most crazy podcast we've ever had. All I'm really asking is show me the plan. You might have some kind of argument if evolution had led directly to us, but it took 5 resets to get to us. Thanks, DBK. I don't disrespect love as a personal image of God. It's the faith-based dogmatism. Proselytization. Is that proselytization? Okay, and lack of personal responsibility becomes problematic. I know. Yeah. I think this popped on my feed because I'm nothing deconstructions and leaving, just going in the goat. An atheist, well said, bravo. I think that's to the bottom. Wow. Yeah. Look, that might be it. It's 12:15. That's over 4 hours I've been doing this. It's supposed to be an hour and a half podcast, but what we've discovered in the last couple of months is the longer we leave it, the more people are getting up and getting ready because we're the time difference between Australia and America and most places around the world. Just amazing. I'm sorry I didn't spend much time. Seriously, if you go back and have a look at how many people have been involved with this and comments, this is absolutely phenomenal. The first comment was 8:49 tonight, 8:49, and it is now 12:16. So that's crazy. And I'm certainly running out of voice. All right. So I think I need to probably disappear. There's no more comments. Excuse me. No more comments coming through, but I hope that you can join us on An Atheist, a Believer, and a Pastor Walk into a Bar next Wednesday night, which will be into February, of course, which is unbelievable. We haven't finished January yet. we finish it on Friday, and then we're into February. So the next Wednesday will be the 4th. No, the 5th. Is that right? This thing doesn't work properly. My little calendar. Rooney. More comments coming through. Okay. Good show, good chat. So I look forward to next time. Thanks. And atheist to believe in the past, walk into the DBK. Just before you go, can you please tell us, if you don't mind, if you don't want to, that's fine, who you are, as other than DBK, and where you're calling from? Are you the one that was from Minnesota? You might be. Just let us know. We're in Australia, and we love to know. Did answer mine? Do you think I did or not, Mary Jane? Another one, Mouthy Micah. Christ is King. Have a blessed day. Well, I'm glad you feel that way, Mouthy Micah. Christ is King. Have a blessed day. That means, well, I know what it means because I've said it before in the past, but it means nothing to me now. But that doesn't mean to say you are not welcome on this podcast, because this is about people who believe, who either believe or disbelieve, but who put God as the center of conversation about doubt, or who put God as the center of conversation about belief. You have a blessed day too, Mouthy Micah. Thank you so much for your participation. If you want to join in next week, you've caught us at the very, very end. This is the longest this podcast has ever run in the 12 months that we've been going. Hopefully you can join us. The time right now, for your reference, is it's 12:21 where we are in Perth, Western Australia. Okay, Southern Hemisphere, Australian Western Standard Time. If you're in America, I have no idea what time it is. But if you'd like to join us back again at 8 p.m. Australian Western Standard Time next Wednesday, I would love to know what you mean by Christ is King to you. I'm glad you're happy. I'm glad you joined us. It's so nice to hear from you. Thank you so much. Look forward to catching up with you next week. Micah, what is the number? One reason that you believe it. Okay. And why do you believe it is a reliable epistemology? Mouthy Micah, because it works. It's a damn good answer. Because it works. Sure do. I will give you a listen. Well, it's 8:21 here. Where are you, Mouthy Micah? 8:21, I'm guessing you're probably somewhere in the United States of America. Yes, no? Just jump to Patrick. If you found out that Hindus believed that their religion was effective at changing lives, how would that affect your belief that your life being changed means your religion is true? I'm not sure I understand the question. Washington, there we go. Washington, yeah. 8:30. Which is around the time we start the 24-hour. Is that 24-hour difference? So that's 8. You're in Washington at 8:31 Tuesday night. No, we've crossed over to Thursday, so it'll be Wednesday night. Is that right? Because it is my position that every religion has the same utility, the same exact utility. Patrick, I'm confused about, you seem to be jumping between not believing and believing. That may not be your fault in what you're writing. It just may be my fault because I'm older and not as sharp as I used to be, and it's really late and I'm tired and I've had a very, very long day taking my 3 grandchildren with my wife out to see what we have in Australia called, it's an amazing bunch of people, called Fringe. It's a Fringe. It's a whole bunch of entertainment, kids entertainment on stage with bubbles and balloons and all sorts of stuff. So I am exhaustimated. But Patrick, qualify or quantify, please. And if Hinduism can change lives just like Christianity, then the ability of Christianity to change lives, I mean, that's correct. Absolutely. None of it's real. Don't worry about it. Really, what it does is demonstrate the power of belief, not the power of religion. Correct. The power of belief. People want to believe in belief. That's one of the driving forces between all religions, is the belief in belief. It's so powerful. The amount of people I know who know full well that what they're believing in is not real and not true, but they can't stop because their whole lives are engaged in belief. All of their friends, their church, their work, everything is just all about. When I was a Christian for 25 years, that was it. Prayer meetings, home church, friends, connections, barbecues, blah, 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 blah. Christian. What the hell is that? That's not real. That is just superficial bullshit. It really is not what it is about. It's not what anything is about. It's not the truth. It's not the reality. Geographically, you are more likely to be a Christian if you are born in England or America or Australia because of where you were born. And your religion is determined by two ways: what your parents believe in and where it is that you're born. If you're in America, the chances are you're going to be born into Christianity. So how convenient is that? How convenient is that for you, that you were born in America to American parents who believed in Jesus? And so that's what you believe in. And there you go. And it had nothing to do with the reality of God and Jesus. It was a geographical decision or result of where you were born. Had you, Patrick, been born in India, do you think you'd be a Christian? Would you be a Muslim? Would you be a Hindu? If you're born in Sri Lanka, if you're born in Denmark, anywhere else in the world. To me, the end of the argument is if your only choice of religion is because of where you were born, that just goes to prove it is absolute bullshit. Or there's only one God, and it's the God of the Bible, and that's, thankfully, you were born in America, so you could have that. What arrogance. What arrogance is it for someone to say, I am a Christian because I was born in the right country? Bullshit. That is rubbish. It means nothing. You cannot believe in your religion purely because you were born in the country that seems to have the right God. It's just rubbish. If you're going to convince yourself that that's real, then wow. I was born in Australia. I was introduced to Christianity because I was born in Australia, not because it was the right God. You need to get that straight with yourself so quickly. It's all geographical convenience. If you don't see it or don't believe it, you're not looking hard enough. Okay, DBK, I'm in the USA in my 40s, and what is that word? I don't know what that word is. I thought it was impressionist, I don't know. And okay. And atheist, son of two, Advita Matt, oh, I said, my God, I've studied world religions at a uni level, focus of psychoactive methodology and psych student. Well done, DBK. You've lost me, my friend. I'm a behavioural counsellor who worked teaching violent teens, sound self-interested, moral reasoning. Yeah, good on you. Well done. Great work. That is not an easy gig, and I totally appreciate that, DBK. I've never heard of that belief system in my life, so I'm going to look it up. What belief system are you talking about? Patrick, tell me what belief system you're talking about that you, obviously something I mentioned. I don't remember talking about a belief system that was weird. Going to look it up. Talk to me about it first before you do, mate, tonight. Unfortunately, because I agree with your sentiment, you are mistaken about all religions. 2/3 of world religions do not care about your beliefs and have no place for faith. I didn't mention anything about that. DBK, I did not say anything about my sentiment. You are mistaken about all religions. 2/3 of religions. You have to go back and tell me more about that, mate, because that's not what I said. That's just the Greco-symmetric complex. Yeah, okay. Cool. About what? This is all. I'm checking this stuff way after you've written it, guys. So stick with me, because love, mercy, forgiveness, all things I believe in, all things I would die for. If there is no God, I would still be fulfilled, devoting my life to the notion these things are well matters. Of course, Mouthy, because you're a nice person who cares about other people. And that's love, mercy, and forgiveness are all things we should practice every day. You do not need a flag of God or Jesus or anything in order to do those things. That's the lie. I can only be good if I'm a Christian flying a flag. No, you believe in love, mercy, and forgiveness. They are things that are inherent in every human being. Well, bar the psychopaths. So you can do that. Just be lovely, be beautiful. That's all you have to do. Aaron Cruz, oh, well, the flying spaghetti monster. What the hell? Nothing wrong with love, mercy, and forgiveness. Unfortunately, that is not the God of the Old Testament. 100% correct there, my friend. Sorry about the typos. Okay, we had me worried because I think, okay, I'm missing something really obvious. I frown upon myself instead of working out what it really could have been. You got no idea how many stuff. Well, you probably can see all the things I've got coming up in front of me, and I'm by myself. Every other person has disappeared. I believe in Jesus because he existed. The stories say he led a perfect life. The lessons we know he taught are always true. None of us have had the time. Just as a matter of interest, if you want to look into it deeper, Mouthy Micah, it is probably very, very likely that the character of Jesus actually existed, but there is zero evidence that he was in fact the Son of God. And there are many, many thousands of years of people who preached exactly what Jesus did about love and forgiveness. Okay, so they're not unique to Jesus at all. If you want to look into it and spend the time checking it out, you'll find that is absolutely true. That is not my opinion. That is historical fact. Okay, so check that out. I believe Jesus existed too, but he espoused support for barbaric Mosaic law. Okay, I don't know about that. I'm sure that's not true. Also, he was a liar and a fraud who did not fulfill a single prophecy. Patrick, you can't make these ridiculous statements without some backing up. Anyone, Patrick, Parker, whoever can jump on here right now and make outrageous statements with zero evidence to prove that it is true. That is what is wrong with TikTok and Instagram and the whole world at the moment, is people making ridiculous, unfounded claims. If you have proof that that is a true statement, show it. Otherwise, please keep it to yourself. It is not helpful. Not helpful. A complete and utter waste of time, mate. Do your work properly or don't do it at all. Aaron Cruz, I'd like to troll a Christian about the size of God's penis. What the fuck? It must be the best size, not too big, not too small. Christians don't seem. Aaron, whatever. Tyson believes biology is a spectrum. That alone is enough to discredit him. Todd, another newie. Mate, if you've got evidence that somehow, if you've got evidence that somehow contradicts Neil deGrasse Tyson, that would make you an incredibly intelligent, superhuman being. He is not perfect, I'm sure. I don't know enough about him to try and discredit him, but to make a statement like that, Tyson believes that biology is a spectrum, that alone is enough to discredit him. I'm assuming if Tyson does believe that biology is a spectrum, he would have scientific evidence to which you believe you are far superior to him to discredit him. And I have no time for people like you, Todd, who want to make ridiculous statements like that. To be clear, there is no way that any kind of God exists at the time the humans have traditionally envisioned. I agree with that. It's got nothing to do with what you said before. Matthew Micah, how did he live in such a way and have prophecies line up? How did everything come together so perfectly? He did exist, right? He was born. Matthew Micah, you need to understand that the Bible is a book of claims. Okay, it is a book of claims and claims only. Everything in the Bible is a claim, a story, a parable, or a fable. Okay, it is not literal. It is full of more mistakes than any other fact-based book in history. Okay, he did live in a way. How did he live in such a way? The prophecies line up. The prophecies are not proven. They don't line up. It is a book of claims. Don't just read it and believe it and expect life to reflect that. It's not true. That is not what happened. Seriously, trust me on that. Investigate. Don't just read it and believe. Investigate it and you'll find it's not true. Micah, name for me a single prophecy that he fulfilled. You can't do it. Disciples were lies, took out the snippets. This all happened while he was living a perfect life. How many stories of other people living perfect lives really add up to the other things there? Okay. I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to comment on that either. All that. Mounty Micah, there isn't evidence. Yes, but the claims do have evidence. Present them. Evidence isn't proof, but there is evidence. Evidence is proof. It is only proof. But there is evidence you're writing. That makes no sense. There is no evidence. Even any evidence you would like to present has been discredited every single time over hundreds of years. Okay, there is no evidence. There are claims in the Bible. You cannot prove through evidence that the claims made in the Bible are in fact true. Okay, you just simply can't. Try and do it. If you can, come back to us because you'll find that you simply cannot. What is your evidence? Give me the best evidence that any of the claims are true. What claims are you talking about, Patrick, that I need to give evidence for, mate? Be more specific. Isaiah 53 is a prophecy in the Bible that describes. Yeah, it doesn't mean it, mate. It doesn't. It's a prophecy. It's a claim. The prophecy describes Jesus. Seriously, I'm not going to waste my time on this, Mounty Micah, because if you want to go and look into it, I simply don't have the time to go into every single claim and prove that the prophecy is not a prophecy and it didn't happen, or it didn't happen in the right time, or is the prophecy that was made was investigated hundreds of years later. I'm not going to do it. It's just too time consuming. This is just, yeah. testimony is evidence. No, it's not. No, it's really not. Testimony is in no way evidence. Anyone can make a testimony. You hear the ads on TV. I bought this such and such from such and such, and they were just wonderful and fantastic. Is that evidence? No, it's just someone making a testimony. Testimony is not evidence at all. Fact. Look it up. Even in court. I don't know what that means. From what I've seen, you've done a great job. I understand you didn't want to mocking, bickering and insults. I'll do my best to be respectful and provide it. Thank you, DBK. It seriously, this has been unbelievable. This has just been something I've never experienced in this podcast, and it's incredibly difficult to try and cope with it all. I cannot answer your questions. I appreciate your respect. Thank you, DBK. Hope you come back next week. Love to have you. The fact of the matter is that messianic prophecies were very clear. Jesus didn't do any of those things he said he was coming back to do. Correct. Agreed. TTY all. I don't do I don't know what that means is what I'm basically trying to say. Go to court. It isn't hard evidence. Mountain Micah, you go to court. Looking into something for years is not a reason to believe that it's correct. I agree with that entirely. I didn't say that. If you're implying that, all you have to do is read Isaiah. It's very clear that the servant is Israel. Yeah, okay. You believe what you want to believe, mate. It's absolutely not my problem. Wow. Okay, hopefully, although I don't think it's going to end at 1:45. Wow. It has been a crazy, crazy night. I really wish I knew what you were about, Patrick, what you really think. It is very clear that the servant is Israel. It says in 8 different times you just want to be about Jesus, and your translation says peaceful. I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Seriously, speak, keep it simple. Are you a believer or not? You need to be reading the New Revised Edition and not the King James. No, I don't actually need to read anything. I read Bibles for years and did Bible study for 25 years, my friend. I'm not sure how long you've been following it. But if you would like to keep your opinions that differ from mine outside of evidence, fine. I don't know what I don't know what your aim is, mate. I really don't. It's just really getting frustrating and annoying. That is the version. I don't give a fuck who the seminaries use, mate. I really don't, Patrick. I don't know what you're trying to do. Are you trying to convert me into Christianity or just annoy me? I've told you a million times I was a Christian for 25 years. I'm sure I've been to places in this that you would never dream of. So please don't patronize me and lecture me on where you think I should be doing and what I should be reading. Patrick, tell me once and for all, are you a believer or you are a Christian? Either way, you're wasting your time. So please don't annoy me anymore. Okay? It's just a complete waste of time. I don't know what you're trying to prove, mate. I really don't. And yet you continue on, completely ignoring me. For those listening, he says, Justin on deconstruction zone is a stone cold expert on prophecy. So if you believe in the blah, 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 blah. Justin, Patrick, leave me alone, mate. I'm not interested. Whatever you're trying to do, I don't know, but you are wasting my time. And if you want me to delete you permanently from this podcast, I'm happy to do that unless you start making some sort of sense that is proactive and meaningful to people who actually need to read all of this stuff. Patrick is correct about Jesus coming back in the lifetime of his followers. He told one group that there are okay, well, Jesus is not coming back. I can make that statement with as much meaning and sincerity as you can. Patrick is correct about Jesus coming back in the lifetime of his followers. No. How many followers has Jesus had that have died without Jesus coming back? Which followers are you referring to? St. Patrick is correct about Jesus coming back in the lifetime of his followers. Whose lifetime of his followers? He told one group that there are those among us that will not taste death before his kingdom come. There's zero evidence that Jesus is the Son of God in the first place. There is slight evidence that Jesus was an actual person. There's no evidence that he was the Son of God. So therefore, there's even less evidence that he's going to be coming back in the lifetime of whose followers? Seriously? And Patrick continues on. Justin, on Deacon Patrick, you are just seriously a waste of fucking time, mate. You are just driving everyone crazy. I do not care what you have to say or about how somebody else can prove anything whatsoever. The ones that were alive when he was. Wow. Okay, thanks, Aaron. That's so helpful. Which was a lie. Jesus lied. Yes, and also many of the people who spoke about in the end time said he was coming soon. Patrick, you seem to change your opinion and angles more than you change your underwear. I have seriously, you know what? I'm wrapping up, guys. I'm switching off. I'm absolutely done. It's late, and I'm sick to death of the roundabout that we are on. It's not what we do on this podcast, guys. It's called An Atheist, a Believer, and a Pastor Walk into a Bar. It's lighthearted, and we talk about stuff that is relevant and poignant, and you guys are just filling out this whole thing just with meaningless bullshit that we're not interested in. I'm an atheist, by the way. I was raised in a Christian cult, now deprogram. Okay, Aaron, then you have some really strange things to say for an atheist. I don't know what TTY stands for. All hail Justin. Nah, I think that Jesus had a better way lessons to teach than Justin. See you guys. See you, Mouthy Mike. I hope you come back again and join us. Praise Doug. Thank you, host. Aaron, you're very welcome. Thank you so much for being a part of our podcast. I'm sorry I get short, but it is really, really late. And we have a podcast that kind of goes a separate way, and we're happy to indulge in other people. What I won't tolerate is the consistent and people saying the same thing over and over again, in spite of me telling you don't. I'm not interested in being lectured to. I'm not interested in scriptures being coined. I'm not interested in that kind of stuff. I've been doing this probably as a Christian a lot longer than any of you. I'm not a kid. I'm not an idiot, and I don't need to be lectured to and be trying to convince that if there are prophecies that someone can prove were true, then somehow Jesus is true. I've gone beyond that, way beyond that. If you're young and you're new at this, and you're juvenile at the whole thing, I get that. I am not. Please have some respect, okay? I've been doing this for a long time. I'm fairly sure about where I'm at. I did the Christian thing for 25 years. If you honestly think that you can tell me something that I don't know or haven't heard in that time that's going to change me to becoming a Christian, you are completely 100% mistaken. Please don't waste my time. You will get nowhere. There's nothing you could possibly say that would make me believe that there is a God. God is the only, if there is a God, God is the only thing, being, person, deity that can convince me that they are real, and they would know the best way to do that. You don't know the best way to do that. So please spare me all of the Christian psychobabble. I'm not interested in it, and I will delete you permanently if you consider persisting on this road. Thanks, host. We will let you rest now. Thank you, Patrick. Appreciate it. Respect it, mate. Love you. Thank you for your comments and your time. I really do appreciate it. Please come back next week. Look forward to it. I don't need evidence to prove that he didn't fulfill a prophecy. You need evidence to prove he did. No, the burden of proof, my friend, is 100% on you. The burden of proof is 100% on you. You are making the claim about prophecy. I am not making a single solitary claim. Patrick, learn your lesson. Understand how this works. The burden of proof is with you. You want to make a claim, that's fine. I'm not making a claim. You learn from that, my friend. We'll talk next time. All right, guys, I'm out of here. Catch up. See you next Wednesday. Thank you so much for your company.